Okay. Yo, what's up, Zell? Drama today? No. No drama. What are you talking about? No. Discussions are not necessarily drama, you know? You know what I mean? What's up, Alu? Early for once? I'm streaming a little earlier today as well, earlier than the usual time. I kind of want to start streaming around this time to begin with.
Never about mercy.
And I was hoping you'd say
rather than streaming like later in the day. We're just gonna kind of do some random activities until people start to like trickle in, and then we'll like just watch the video that we're gonna watch.
you can't escape gravity.
Cookie and his sloppa again? Ah, dude, you know, sometimes you just have to address the elephant in the room, I guess. Sometimes it's just begging to be addressed, you know? That would be, I'm guessing you mean better for you? Because you were watching the last in the middle of the night? Yeah, I think I want to stream earlier. Like, I'm kind of going to experiment. I might try and stream around like this time and then stream for like 3 to 4 hours. Might be like better for most people, especially for like EU people and non-NA people. Streamer streaming? Yo, what's up? What's up, Soup? What's up, Illic? Yeah. Yeah. What is the drama now? Guys, it's not drama. It's a discussion. Guys, come on. It's not drama. It's not drama. Disagreements are not drama.
Textbook maneuver.
Okay. Okay. Capiche? Cookie Doomglazer? Doomglazer, huh? Huh? We're gonna get into that. I think there's a reason. I think there's a reason why he feels like he gets called both. I think it's like actually kind of explainable is the funny thing. I think there's like an explanation for it. It's not just like people are stupid. I think there's like a reason. It's not just like OMG, like internet, you know, gacha player, internet players can't handle criticism. Oh, they're so sensitive. Oh, they crash out no matter what you say. It's not. I think if you're in a position, like maybe sometimes it's like the masses' fault or whatever. But I feel like a lot of the times it's like, you know, it's an oversimplification. It's used as an oversimplification of like what's going on when what's going on can be kind of interesting. We assembled to address the doom glazing. We're gonna watch the video. We're just gonna watch the video. We're gonna have fun. It's gonna be a fun one today. I think actually, I think it's gonna be a fun stream today. we're just gonna discuss together and watch together. I think it's gonna be a cool time.
I feel much better now.
At my command.
On your way to be captured by a drama audience with them thumbnails, it's literally just the video we're gonna be watching. It's not like a... It's literally just the thumbnail of the video we're gonna be watching. I don't know, that's like a drama thumbnail.
That move of yours was incredible.
That's admirable.
I didn't spend that much time stressing over the like title and thumbnail today, so... Guys, I could never be audience captured. I'm too based and individualistic for that sort of for that sort of thing to happen. I'm too egotistic. Yuki crashed out so hard that he called like himself a doom glazer, you mean?
Yay! That was some perfect teamwork. Wow, you can actually do that?
Attack scope maneuver.
Together.
The thing about the doom glazer thing is like let's just keep an open mind, okay? Let's just keep an open mind. Like, what could be the reason that someone is perceived as being like a part of like both sides? What could be the reason for that? You know? Like logically, like if we like, you know,
That's admirable.
like if we like use like, let's use like a Socratic method to like think through it rather than just kind of saying, oh, like, you know, gacha players are sensitive and dumb and stupid. I feel like anytime, this goes for like pretty much anything in life, not just, you know, this kind of stuff, but like anytime where your explanation for something is those people are stupid, I feel like you have completely lost the plot on, you know, I don't think he said that, but I'm just saying, like, if we were to explain it that way, that would be the wrong way to explain it. You know what I mean? Probably. Sometimes people are stupid, but it's usually an oversimplification and it's kind of like a, you know, doesn't really lead you to any like truth, larger truth. What are you, a blue lock soccer player? Okay, I'm surprised you picked up on that reference. I'm surprised. I feel like blue lock kind of fell off. To be fair, Cookie's arguments are always incoherently bullshit. That's the thing when you're here's the thing about that, right? If you, anytime I think somebody is, like, it takes a lot of, like talent. I don't mean this in, like, a bad way. Like, I couldn't do this. But to, sit down, like, on stream and, like, give, like, a presentation of, like, an idea, you know, would require, like, you guys, you kind of maybe have to, like, try it to understand. But it requires, like, a ton of preparation. It requires, like, a ton of, like, work beforehand to do something like that effectively and like communicate ideas effectively in like one 15-minute take, you know, like it requires a lot of like talent and preparation and hard work. And like if you just kind of I think you'll notice, like, I think a lot of streamers do is like they'll try and double up their like stream and video making process for like time purposes. And so they'll just like give the presentations like on stream and then they'll just like clip it and like post it. But like, I don't know, if you don't have like a script and if you don't have it like written out a script, then like the ideas are going to be more incoherent and kind of just like all over the place. And I don't know. That's kind of how I read that sometimes. Like when I see certain videos like that, I'm trying not to be like judgmental. I think that's just like the nature of like giving live presentations and stuff, you know? Versus like if you're just like if you take the time to like write an entire script, because writing and putting your thoughts into like words like that requires you to think through the ideas way more. And then when you're actually having to think like, how do I actually form this into like an essay that is like coherent and flows from one idea to the other, and like I support all of the ideas, and you know, that naturally requires you to like think through the ideas more than just like I'm gonna write out some bullet points and then present it on stream or whatever it was. I don't know how he did it, but just in general, just speaking generally about that sort of, you know, that sort of thing. Fuck it, I'll watch the other stream later. I want to see chat. Wait, what do you mean? Wait, what do you mean to see chat? Yeah, I was just kidding. Usually the ones who are captured by an audience are the ones who can't debate live and get brainwashed by their chat. I think when it comes to audience capture, it's kind of that's probably a factor. My biggest understanding of audience capture is that, you know, people get kind of like enamored by the views, you know, so like they'll get a lot of views on a certain thing, and they'll be kind of like the algorithm or the way like, you know, it works is like you're kind of pressured to keep doing more of what got you those views, and then like, but if you like stop doing that thing, then like the views go down, and then you feel the pressure to like, you know, to keep feeding people like what they want basically. So there's like, you know, when it comes to like just content, it's kind, I guess it's kind of fine. It's like, you know, that's your niche, or like that's the kind of content you make. It's like pretty normal actually. But when it's like ideological, that's when it's like it starts to get weird. It starts to get weird when it's like ideological audience capture. The reason I'm still sticking with organized Enfield is because it's very chill to play. Yeah, it is actually. Yo, what's up, Diamond Dog? It's a lot of beam towers. Yeah, I set these up before the mortar towers came in. My understanding was that beam towers were OP, so. Okay, I'm gonna go give like a gift or something, and then we'll see. That's how Supa's new workflow has been. Yeah. I think part of the problem is that Kuki does a lot of his videos on stream, then just cuts them down. Yeah, exactly. Depends. I don't know what their workflow is like. I don't know if, you know, if they actually write a script and then just read the script out. Because the thing is, like, I'm not a professional. It's not like I'm like super good at this or anything. But like for my videos, I write scripts, and I'm not trying to be like elitist like script writing or anything. I just think it's kind of natural. Unless you're like, I do that because I'm not a great presenter maybe yet. You probably need to practice a lot. Like a lot of people that you see that are really good at that, they just practice like a lot. It requires a lot of practice. So, but like until you get better at that, that's why people write scripts. And also, like I said, this is something that is like unavoidable, and it's that like writing your ideas out forces you to think about them way more deeply. Like, because a lot of the times people think, like you think that you're thinking your ideas out very like deeply and very you know, like you're following every thread. It's like a super, you know, well thought out, super logical argument. But once you're like forced to sit down and write out and like defend it on like in written form, then you start to find out like, oh, it's like really hard actually to convey like what I was thinking so that someone else could understand it, you know? But anyway. Okay, the Vietnamese community. Why that was just like a standalone message. What does that mean? What does that mean? What about the Vietnamese community? Dude, making a few of the mortars to fully AFK farm this while chatting. Yeah, I'll do that maybe in the future. I haven't even gotten to like the new factory like Heat Knight stuff yet. I have not done anything related to that yet, so. Finally a date and time I can watch the streams. Yeah, I think don't quote me on this, but like I think we might be doing earlier streams from now on. I think is preferable to a lot of people, including myself. Not gonna lie, your Silver Palace videos are great, but I don't follow the game, so I wouldn't know what more to engage with the video other than like, yeah, no worries. Like, there's no pressure to like, you know, comment every video. You know, like just go with the just do you know what you naturally feel inclined to do. Like don't feel pressure to like comment and all that stuff, you know, if like for the algorithm or whatever, if you know you don't, you know, just have fun with it, you know, just have fun. That's the point of it. That's the point of it. Okay. Are my dailies? My dailies should be done. Nope.
I heard Miesco Industries just released a pretty neat weapon.
Wait, what is the thing about the Vietnamese community? Did I miss like a message that was like important? I don't know what's going on with that. I think even as a good presenter, it's hard to do off the cuff. Like even comedians practice their set. Yeah, like, you know, when you see someone like present something well, the thing is like people see like the presentation, they see the person like come out and like give the presentation, but you don't see the probably many hours and hours and hours of preparation and practice that went into that. You know, I think if you guys are familiar with Dr. K from Healthy Gamer, I remember him talking about it once where he said that he always gets a lot of compliments for like his live streams and how he's like seems just so like he just speaks so well in the streams when he has to present like all this information, and he does it so like regularly. But he was saying that like he has to like practice and prepare, and he said specifically he writes all of his ideas out, and that's how he is able to like then go and speak about them to other people coherently without, you know, being like, you know, flip-floppy or wish-washy or like going off on tangents or whatever, and like remaining focused, you know. So like it's you know, it's like a lost art form, maybe is the term. It should be done. Okay, I think we're gonna just go over to the video now. I'm kind of just ready. The thing with Kooky is he only gives points in VODs, but he explains it in stream. So he explains his points in the stream, but not like in the video. Is that what you mean when you say VOD? You mean the videos? His Enfield review is complete bullshit. Then his viewers came here and okay. Yeah, I don't know. Are you gonna be on for the live stream? I don't know. When is the Enfield live stream? I don't know. Dude, literally everyone streams the live stream. I don't know if I need to add myself to the dog pile. Maybe if we're just like, maybe if we're live when it comes out, we'll watch it, but this is what I wanted to watch. This is what we're gonna watch. It's about different naming conventions for Arknights. Oh, is that when you say the A9E? That's what the Vietnamese community does. Is that what it was coming from? And then like AKE is what the EN people do. Oh, okay. Probably stuff he cuts because he's addressing chat. Oh, noon EST tomorrow. Okay, maybe we will be on. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, this is the video. We cannot criticize Arknights Enfield, which is funny because people criticize Enfield all the time, you know. So the first thing is like with you know, okay, Rob, thanks. I appreciate that. Maybe we'll check it out. If it's on during my normal stream time, then I'll check it out. Maybe we'll just watch. I mean, we'll probably watch it afterwards, if not live. Like we'll definitely watch it on stream. But I don't know if I want to stay up like super late or whatever just to watch it live. Well, it's not about to hold back with his VOD because we're gonna try and be very civilized and courteous. But at the same time, I think we should not be afraid to speak frankly about things sometimes, you know? Because if we're just like afraid to speak the truth, then what are we doing? You know? I feel like you just can't be afraid to speak what you think is the truth. For out of like fear of, you know. Honestly, I have no idea where this impression that you can't criticize the game comes from. It has been dragged through the mud by tons of people, yet they act like everyone is dick riding it. Yeah, it's okay. So this is the first thing, right? Is with this title, like this title, we cannot criticize Arknights Enfield, and like the thesis of this video, and like, you know, Supa has been like kind of ranting and gamer raging and has like his complaints because like he gets pushed back when he criticizes Enfield. And there's several like there's like layers of like irony and cognitive dissonance that I feel like is going on because, you know, you're obviously allowed to criticize Enfield. There's plenty of people, if you go to like the comments of this video, there's plenty of people that like fully agree. Like, look, it really is just the most expensive ad for OG Arknights, 151 likes. Right? Like there's plenty of people that are like fully on board and like on board with the criticism and like don't like Enfield and like, so there's no, you know, just like if you get pushback from a handful of people that are criticizing your criticisms, that doesn't mean that like you're not allowed to criticize the game. It's like just like a perception thing, you know? It feels like kind of like a one guy, like getting one guy at issue to me. It feels just like such a nothing burger sort of thing. And the you know, the other layer of irony is that it's ironic that you criticize the game and then you complain that, you know, you're not allowed to criticize the game. But when people criticize you and criticize like your criticisms of the game, as is the most naturally human thing that will occur when you throw out your criticisms and opinions, people will respond with their response, you know? And then in response to that, to being criticized, it's like our brains start melting, you know? It doesn't really make any sense to me, you know? Like, why dish it if you can't take it? And because the other thing is that what I think a lot of these people, and I just have to speak frankly because I don't know any other way to say it, but I think a lot of people like Supa and Kuki, they have this idea that when they criticize, they're doing like critique, but they're not doing critique. Like critique is like a critical analysis of the subject or the art form or something like that. Like it involves like not being critical, it involves critical analysis. And what they conflate criticism, which, and you know, criticism is like negatively, like negative, what's it called? Like basically like speaking negatively about something. Like criticizing something is speaking negatively about something. And they have this idea that like they'll criticize, and that's how you make the game better, as by criticizing it. And it just doesn't really, at the end of the day, like most of what they're saying is like, I don't like this thing. It's not a critical analysis of the thing. And we're going to see that in this video. But you know, so. Whoops, you a better man than me? I cannot be civilized when this guy's on the screen anymore. Let's try and be civilized. Let's try and be civilized. I don't know if you read some of our takes in Discord, but I was not a fan of this one. Yeah, I was discussing last night, and then I kind of tried to skim this morning, but I thought we're just gonna talk about it on stream anyway. So I guess the title refers that people are on defense every time someone says something negative about Arknights Enfield. Yeah, but here's the thing: it's like when it comes to the extremes, there's always going to be extremes on both sides. So there's going to be the people that are like defensive when you criticize Arknights Enfield. There's also going to be the people that just like have extreme hate boners for Arknights Enfield, and anytime you say something positive, they're gonna like, you know, get super angry about that. So why are we like molding our worldview around the most kind of like pathological, extreme individuals? You know, there's no one saying that you can't criticize Arknights Enfield. I'm pretty sure in every video that I've done talking about like community reactions to Enfield, I've always made sure to explain, you know, it's perfectly good to criticize. It's good to, you know, be critical of the games and give feedback to the developers. It feels almost like a pariah moment. Like I'm putting myself on the cross. Like I come and I'm just trying to criticize the game to make it better, and that all you people won't let me, you know, like it feels kind of like that. And it just gets a little, you know, a little old. He tried that Uno reverse card. Yeah. I think the message he's trying to convey is fair, but he's being so indirect and coherent about it that it falls flat. Also doesn't help that he doesn't follow his own advice about criticism. Yeah, we're gonna get into when it comes about criticism. And because there's a point in the video at some point later where I think is like the best example of what I was talking about, the difference between criticism and critique, where he says something about how like we should be allowed to criticize, and then he goes on to essentially say, like, not do a critique, but to basically say, I didn't like this was bad in Enfield, and this thing was good in Arknight. Like that's, you know, the extent of it. And I think that we have this idea sometimes that like our criticisms are like super profound, and, you know, the developers can take that and run with it and like make the game better. But just like saying like this was shit is not, I don't know what a developer is like supposed to do with that, you know? It's kind of like, whatever. We should just get into it.
About Enfield, because there's a discourse happening on Twitter.
You gotta tell me about the volume, because like the volume might be really his volume might be like too low or something.
of whether or not you're allowed to criticize Enfield. And I'm gonna give you guys some context. It does involve one of our
Okay. I don't think it was too bad. I think it was okay.
beloved AK content creators, and we're gonna have a conversation about Enfield because there's a discourse happening on Twitter. People are talking about the idea of whether or not you're allowed to criticize Enfield, and I'm gonna give you guys some context.
This is the whole idea that you're like people are discussing whether you're allowed to criticize Enfield is just such a nothing burger. Like to me, it's just such like a brain melting like you know. Are people like literally stopping you? I don't really get it. You know. Like what is like define what it would mean to be allowed to criticize Enfield. What do you want now? Like what rights do you want right now that you don't have? Right? Like does your post get removed? Does your video get removed if you criticize? You know, if people are not receptive to your message, does that mean you're not allowed to criticize, or does that mean that your message is not catching people? Like whose fault is it? I don't know. Right? That's what I'm kind of thinking. Like with this such a nothing burger idea, you're not allowed to criticize the game when people. I mean, Enfield has been one of the games that people are the most critical of. Like you have all these like dick riders and glazers that other games have. You don't see that really in Enfield. The most prominent kind of Enfield creators or whatever are like super critical, or like they criticize all the time. Could be a tiny bit louder. I don't have any way to turn it up more than this. I can turn my mic down for like parity, but that's it. Okay.
Beloved AK content creators, and it kind of started out from this reply that comes over here. Okay, I'm gonna read this reply first. Arctis fans want.
It was like baby's first live service TBH. OG Organized is just niche enough IMO that it's his first time being exposed to more volatile side of the internet. I don't know, because like Supa is kind of doing the same thing. I mean, a lot of these are the same kind of like. Like a lot of these kind of like complaints just kind of seem like gamer rage and not real like this complaint is like, I don't understand why the ledger has to reset with every new game. Not only do they have 7 years of experience with Arknights, but they also have 7 years of Genshin existing, then Wuwa, then ZZ. Can they look at their competitors and see how they do things? Like, okay, I mean, it's not really anything about the game. It's just kind of like it's kind of just like like a disappointed parent saying like all of your class, like so and so like little Bobby gets all A's in school. Why can't you be more like little Bobby? Why can't you be better? Like why can't you be this or that? Like okay, I guess it doesn't really. That kind of comes off as being more of like like what do I do? What do we do with that? What are we supposed to do with that? Yo, what's up, Prince? The potential game argument comes from a pure doomer take, because that means believing that the devs won't make the game better. It's so stupid. Oh my god, what a stupid discussion. It's kind of how I feel. Like as like harsh as that sounds, it's kind of just like it's one of those things where it comes from like, when you say something like that, is that meant to basically, shit on the devs, shit on the game, shit on the reputation of the devs in the game? Or is it intended, as you say, to make the game better? And if so, how does that make the game better? Because you could just say, because essentially it comes down to like, why don't you just be a better game like these other games? It's like, okay, thanks for the feedback. I mean, cool. Like we'll put that in the suggestion box, I guess. But like, if we're talking about critical analysis, I mean, maybe they do that elsewhere. I don't know. I don't watch all the content, but I don't know.
Wants Enfield to do world building, character growth of the entire cast, visual novel storytelling, a Babel type event for Endmin, all in the span of 2 patches. We are at version 1.2. It's getting annoying. There's a good amount of fair criticism, but some are just delusional. Super pretty much angrily replied, "You're only allowed to criticize Enfield 2 years from now in version 2.4 when the game is finally good." And he has a very strong opinion that this game is a potential game. And I'm siding on his opinion that this game has a very, potential game type of fight, right?
Yeah. So see, like Kuki agrees with the whole potential game thing, which, like, so this is the other thing, right? This is the other thing about this is like the, what would you call it? Like the pariah YouTuber, the pariah Enfield creator archetype, where it's like, I criticize the game. Someone comes out with a rebuttal, which, like, arguably this rebuttal of like, just let them cook, give them time, is not like, I think, the strongest rebuttal on many aspects. Maybe in some when it comes to like world building, but I don't necessarily think it's the strongest argument, right? But you would say, well, basically what happens is they take that, they straw man that, and it eventually kind of comes down to this huge thing of like straw manning, where you're taking like one of like the weakest arguments and kind of saying, oh, like I could only, you can only criticize the game 2 years from now. Like, I don't know, dude. It's just such like, it feels like just like a victim mentality or something, which like kind of sucks to say, but I don't know. Seems like a disappointed parent. Yeah. Should read the entire supply chain or reply chain. Maybe. I don't want to pull up Twitter right now, but I'd like to turn it back on them. Can we not critique your criticisms if we find them shallow or repetitive? Yeah, that's the exact issue, is that if you try and turn it back, it's like, but like, address other criticisms other than this one, because this is super easy to address, right? Like this idea that so what's kind of being said here is that the perspective is that Enfield is getting criticized for these things, but that the game needs time to grow. And in some ways I could see that making sense. In some ways, if you're looking at like a good book or a good movie or something, I mean, writers are perfectly capable of telling compelling stories in like shorter time windows. You don't necessarily need 4 patches of like build up to something. If like a 2 to 3 hour to maybe 2 to 4 hour story quest isn't like satisfying, then it should have been satisfying, right? So it's not really easy to like counter this sort of thing. I think what's also being said here is that for Arknights to get to where it was, it took them like time to like figure out, or set up things or figure out things or whatever. And, that's also fair if like writers need like time to sit in their world or something. But, I don't know. It's super easy just to be like, look, like, this story quest should have just been satisfying. And yeah, it, probably should be. If it's not like satisfying or good to you, yeah, it probably should just be good. Like the writing could be better. But that's not like critique. I don't know. That's really not critique. That's just like kind of gamer raging and just arguing on Twitter. Like, I don't know. Kuki is streaming, by the way. You can call him. LOL. Yeah, no, I don't know him. He doesn't know me. No one knows. Like, we don't know. Like, no, I'm not gonna call him. I don't have, I'm not doing that. Huey would probably get in a voice call with you if you asked. Probably not. Anyway.
He has a very strong opinion that this game is a potential game. And I'm siding on his opinion that this game has a very, potential game type of fight, right? As he kind of puts on the very bottom, always they are working on it, it'll be done later, but never it is good now. I do see that there's a lot of...
That's the thing, is like there are people who are saying it is good now. You know? That's what we mean by strawmanning. You know what I mean?
People replying back and forth and then being very open about why they don't like Enfield, why they like Enfield, and all that sort of thing. And I kind of want to put my view towards this as well, in terms of like, what do I feel of Enfield at the moment?
It's critique from them not applying 7 years of experience. Okay, that's not critique. That is a criticism. You know? Critique is critical analysis. Critique is like exploring, why something works or why something doesn't work. Yo, what's up, Sunday's Wing? Like, so the example of critique is, when you watch a movie or a TV show, maybe you really liked it or you didn't like it, but you don't exactly know why coming right out of it, right? I've had that several times. You feel dissatisfied or you feel really like happy with it and you liked it, but it's different to just like have that feeling of like happiness or enjoyment and to like concretely put into words, this is why I liked it or this is why I didn't like it. So just saying like, why didn't they just learn from 7 years? I mean, like, I don't watch all the content. Maybe they do critique on certain things. Like, like we get into like something. There's like a comment that's made later in the video where Kuki basically says like, XYZ stories in Arknights are good. These side stories in Enfield are brain numbing. Like, that's not really critique either. That's just saying like, that's good and that's bad, It's like a food reviewer saying needs more taste. Use your palate to describe, kind of. Yeah. It's not even 7 years of experience. Work on Enfield began years ago and it suffered multiple rewrites. Yeah, it also, I've heard from some, I don't know. Like, I haven't seen like straight from the developers, but the games are in development for many years. So it's not like, because it came out 7 years after Arknights, they had 7 years of experience. That's like not how development really works. So if they started development like 5 years ago, maybe they had 2 years of lessons or something, but 7 years of experience as if the game was just made yesterday. Yeah, I kind of, yeah. This is the premise I don't agree with. Criticizing Enfield for not having an end game or for lacking features is one thing, but to start off with calling it not good is where they lose me. I mean, like, it's fine if they don't like it. Like, I don't really care, Like, I don't really care. It's like a subjective experience. You know what I mean? I don't know if there's anything that could be done for people that are hate it this much. I don't know if there's anything the game could do to like ever make them like it. You know what I mean? I don't know what y'all are talking about, but from the amount of vids I saw debating about it, I don't know if I even want to check it out. Check out Enfield. Well, you should.
And how do I feel we should be discussing about Enfield? Okay, so I think with the fact that we've all played through 1.0, 1.1, 1.2. Well, I say that, but some of you didn't play 1.1 and 1.2 because you guys quit during 1.0, and for reasons that we have discussed before in other videos, right? 1.1, for most people, if not everyone who's played it, will say that 1.1 was a better experience than 1.0. And then 1.2 was actually also a better experience than what happened in 1.1. So it is a good thing that the story feel, the gameplay and whatnot, the world exploration is kind of like going upwards, making people feel a little bit better about the game. But if you have played this game all the way to one,
if you don't like it, just walk away or make a video and say you don't like it. What is this potential game kind of nonsense critique? Like, are some of the, like, there's some sort of gacha game connoisseur who's seen it all. I just don't think the critiques, like, we got to get more into this video. I just don't think the criticisms that we hear are anything that is like actionable or, you know, concrete. Yeah, like saying they made it worse with each beta is just like your opinion, you know. That's a thing, right? Like that's another, you know, that's just kind of like speaking your opinion as fact, and no one's going to take that seriously, unfortunately. You know, I guess subjectivity is implied, but you know, other people are going to enjoy the game as it is, and then you're at an impasse. That's the thing, though. They didn't make it worse. People who call the tech test better are making an assumption that the game would have been better that way. Yeah. But yeah, the position can't be proven wrong or debated because it never came to be. Yeah. They just won't do that. I want Arknights and they're giving me mainstream slop instead. I mean, brother, like, Enfield is already like really different from your mainstream slop that you're talking about. It's really different. It really is. There's no DPS check with timer. There's no RNG gear. They have the factory system, which is like kind of unique and new gameplay. As far as like when it comes to like the cycle that we've seen of these gachas, I mean, it's different. It's really different. It's more different than, you know, Wuthering Waves was to Genshin in Wuthering Waves 1.0 to like 2.0, basically. It's way more different than that. So it's like, you know, how different is like NTE? I mean, NTE has its own unique stuff too, with like the city and the tycoon stuff. Is NTE, you know, also mainstream slop, or like, you know, what are we doing with that? No, Envelope is 3D and it's semi-open world and it's gacha. Genuinely, to all those people who need world building, read the files. I actually started reading the files last night. I want to read more of them, actually. It's kind of interesting. Factory and gear don't change the fact that it has mainstream sanitized baby-field characters and storytelling. I mean, okay, you're free to critique the storytelling. Go ahead and critique it. Go ahead and critique it. Just the factory makes the core experience substantially different. No other gacha is offering anything close to it. Yeah. Could you explain further how Enfield is different from mainstream slop? Because I'm so far a sucker for Hoyo and Kuro games. Like I said, factory gameplay, no RNG gear, and no DPS timer slot endgame. Gameplay wise, right? I guess for open world, there's like some factory integration in the open world that is pretty fun. That you know, like you're spreading your power lines and like going like getting your drills down and stuff. Kind of like basic, but they could build on that. It has a lot of kind of like, it has like things that like are familiar, you know, like when it comes to open world exploration. The combat is different in the sense that like your whole team's out on the field and you have like the skill point, like shared skill point pool that the whole team shares rather than like cycling through abilities on cooldowns. So there's that, which is really cool. Where's the stats of Enfield losing money? I've only heard it's the most successful. It's the second most successful gacha game launch. It's extremely successful financially. I don't know how anyone could say it's like losing money, but it's extremely successful financially. I don't, you know.
Okay, whatever was your initial opinion of 1.0, some of you didn't like it, some of you accepted it, but the fact that we all think that it's better, you kind of need to sit in the shoes of the people who have quit the game in a sense, because to them, 1.0 just was not a good experience, right? A lot of people talk about how AK fans wants world building for Enfield to quit the game in a sense, because to them, 1.0 just was not a good experience, right? A lot of people talk about how AK fans wants world building for Enfield to be exactly like how AK kind of paints of it. And I do agree with what the first comments kind of stated, that we are only 2 patches in and we can never try to get to that extent of AK, right? AK world building only truly took off after years of many story. You have the prior stories as the baseline, and then afterwards, all the later stories helps to build upon whatever that you see before.
I really, when we were talking about critique, I really need to hear like a critique or a critical analysis of like how Arknights does its world building, you know? Because you just hear so much about like Arknights world building, and I'm sure it is good, but even right there, it was like, when is Enfield going to be more like Arknights? I don't know. You can cycle through abilities on cooldown in Arknights Enfield as well. Rotations are still part of the game. I mean, there's like rotations in a sense. It's different that like, you know, you swap to a character one at a time. The character's on the field. You swap to the character. You like press E, and then there's like a 15-second cooldown. And that's not how it works in Enfield. You can still rotate through like certain things if you want to, but I heard from my brother's friends, sisters, cousins, people are quitting Enfield in droves. Yeah. Yeah. Though me in chat, it's just a slot field glaze fest here. Thank you so much for providing the other perspective. We really appreciate your presence here. That was not sarcastic. That was that sounded maybe sarcastic, but
does not mean that AK doesn't have isolated story experiences. A lot of people say AK world building is great, right? But the thing is that when I take a look at
if you're like, the challenge for you though is, you know, like do your like explain more why you don't like something, because just saying that like it's slop field or like it's bad, you know, is not gonna land. I mean, it's never gonna land anywhere, but with anything, like give me your breakdown. Like, why do you think the story is like, you know, it's like a baby story or whatever, you know, you know, you gotta explain. You gotta explain. I don't mind hearing opposing opinions, but I would like to hear more substantial arguments over Enfield is losing revenue. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so this is another. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a fair point. The you know, why do people defend Enfield with saying, but actually OG Arknights was bad with such and such thing? Um, I think it's because a lot of the time it's, you know, framed as an attack. Like because when you're just saying like, you know, this thing in Arknights is good, why can't Enfield be more like this? Then, you know, people are inclined to be like, well, actually, you know, the reality is that like such and such thing took like years to be like that, and you know, because that's what you get. I feel like when you're not doing critical analysis. Anyway,
AK's chapter 0 to chapter 5, and I've often said this. I don't think the starting chapters of AK was amazing as well. Like, if it's not for me reading other stories of Arknights, I wouldn't have known that AK writing can be pretty good. But the impression that I got from the first few main stories that AK has had made me feel like maybe I wouldn't be all that interested to, you know, read more about AK's story. And thankfully, I took the dip to see what the other side stories can offer. I think
made it Oripathy basically irrelevant. The two major factions are rock monsters and evil drug addicts. Oh yeah, we talked about that before, actually. I remember talking about that. You might have even been there, in which case you didn't listen to my response, but yeah, no, there's so like you know, when it comes to writing villains, you know, if you personally want to see villains that are like, you know, gray or whatever, I mean, you can seek out media that will give you that. But I use Lord of the Rings as an example of, you can have evil that is not like, you know, here is a super gray, like you're gonna get their backstory, this is how they came to be, this is like a, you know, this is like we're gonna humanize the villain or whatever. Like, you can have evil that is like very unashamedly and unabashedly presented as evil, but it's meant you know, in the writing, it's meant to, you know, it's meant to explain to the reader, you know, what the author's view of evil is. So there's several like characters in Lord of the Rings that are evil, that are kind of the main way that you look at how is evil portrayed. And one of them is Grima Wormtongue, I think his name is. Wait, Grima. So like with him, the way that Tolkien portrays evil is like, you know, this is the evil, the kind of evil that will that is like very base, that will like sell out his own people for whether it be lust or greed, right? Because Grima is like selling out his nation to Sauron and like the dark forces, so that he can have like this woman that he wants, and so that he can have more power, you know? And this is how Tolkien portrayed evil. And you don't need, you know, and Grima's like a super like greasy, like, you know, has like zero redeeming qualities, but you don't need him to be like the super gray, like on the balance character, because the point of it is like, this is evil, right? This is how the author is portraying, like, this is how he's portraying evil. So, you know. Anyway, tangent. Arknights had a ton of objectively irredeemable evil villains too, but there's a tiny bit of nuance, so it's good.
phenomenon is happening in Enfield as well. That the starting stories do not do a service to the game. People were so hyped to see that Enfield is delivering on the 3D medium of storytelling, but yet the way they do it doesn't feel all that great, doesn't feel all that nice to sit through. You know, on that part, right? I think we need to understand.
And see, this is what I mean. Like, I'd like to hear why. I feel like if when you say stuff like that, I feel like you need to explain why it doesn't feel good to sit through, rather than just because that's a criticism. Oh, this doesn't feel good to sit through. The critique that would be like, if you want to like help the developers, would be, this is exactly why it didn't feel good to sit through, And I don't hear any of that usually. Like anytime I watch like an Enfield criticism video, I don't hear that. I just hear kind of like gamer rage type stuff. So,
That we don't have to think about, oh, we're gonna get like a lone trail, a babble type of thing in Enfield. Like, that's not realistic. I agree. But let's just talk about the experience.
yeah, like Ken, I feel like you just have an unhealthy relationship with all this stuff, to BH. Like just move on. Just move on. Why are you attached? If you don't like it, just move on. That's the natural thing to do. Like it's I don't know. Hot take, a story doesn't have to be dark to be good. Also true, yeah. There's a lot of, yeah. It really doesn't need to be super dark at all to be good. True. Like dark in the sense that like, the way that Arknights takes on, we've spoken about this before, and the way that Arknights takes on these like very like gritty, real problems like racism and the like oropathy, the rot cancer thing, and discrimination, and all this stuff, like it's good and it makes for a good story, but you don't need to have that stuff necessarily at like the forefront of everything to make it a good story. Like an Avatar: The Last Airbender, they like it's obviously like a kid show, but I mean it's very adult in a lot of ways, but they there's this like war that's going on in the background, and you see elements of this, like you see how that kind of affects everybody, and it definitely like you see it, but it's not like dark, like grim dark, like Game of Thrones type dark, like where you're seeing like pillaging and raping and slaughtering and murdering, and like it's not like that, but you see like for example, there's like one of Katara's major things is like there was the whole thing with like the Earth Village with Haru, and how like those Earthbenders had lost hope, and like you see how people become hopeless in the face of like all of this terrible stuff that's going on, the terrible state of their reality in their world, and because of the war and stuff, and Katara is like, you can't give up hope, you have to hope. Like that's great, right? But you didn't need to like see all the grim dark stuff that is like happening. I don't know. I'm also an Arknights glazer. I would glaze the shit out of it, but that doesn't mean I can't like Enfield. Yeah. Azula has a reason for being batshit, but her and Ozai are like objectively evil. That was another very brave thing that the writers of Avatar did, is they like were not afraid to just like keep Azula and Ozai as being evil. Azula is probably the most tragic because she's much younger, and she like, you can tell that she like grew up into that. But I I think they try and hint that maybe she was like psychopathic in some way as well. Like she was also just kind of from like a very young age, just like very cruel and stuff. So I don't know. But it probably, a lot of it was like the perpetuation of, you know, Ozai's cruelty, you know. You know. Also, this is why Freerun wasn't anime of the year. It's not dark enough. It directly continues the story of Arknights. If you don't know this, you didn't. Okay, I don't think it directly continues anything, but okay. Okay.
That were set through in the front. And the fact that some of the characters just don't feel very flesh, there's not very good characterization, they feel very empty, they feel very shell-like, you know. I think for the sake of Supa, he's commented on the people like Ardasher and Arcane. The terrible thing that I'm seeing for Enfield is it's repeating the same mistake that was done in the base game by the same company. That is, the starting experience of Enfield don't feel that awesome. And it's not good because people's first impressions are very important when they play the game. They gotta feel good.
Dude, the thing about even like Arcane, right? Like if you say that she feels shell-like, you could even like, I know when I first saw her and I was playing through the story, like my instant reaction is that like this is like characterization of her, right? Like she acts this way because she's like has this like militaristic rigidity and she's like a rigid character, you know? That's like characterization. I don't know. Like because it feels like the intent was like to portray her like as this character that is very rigid and by the books and very, you know, kind of like on top of things. And she kind of has this juxtaposition with Chen, who is very like, you know, prone to like she follows her emotions. She follows her, you know, she has these like leading kind of like, she's like very like belief driven and stuff like that. Whereas Arcane is very like by the books, rigid, militaristic, you know what I mean? So I don't know. To say that she's like a shell or soulless, like she kind of like operates in the story and she like does what I think like what she's supposed to do, you know? And even I think at one point something was said about Arcane is that she just like follows Enmin around like a puppy or something, but she like literally at the end, she like literally like expresses that like she doesn't really believe that like the way that Enmin is saying it's gonna work out, but then she kind of defers. Because when she says like Enmin, like I'm the trump card basically, like use me. And then Edmund's like, no, we're not going to do that. She kind of like defers. But then in the moment where it's clear that like the Edmund's way is not going to work, she literally goes against their wishes and does the whole like, you know, containment thing with Ardashir. So, you know.
To feel like this is a game that they want to log in to look forward to what happens in later patches. But we can clearly see it's not really happening. Okay, I was just observing this and I hit to the official YouTube channel that Enfield has. I don't think we need to be always so sensitive about.
Yugi has some weird complaints about her in his playthrough too. Yeah. Yugi was hoping for us to be info dumped on her life story in our first conversation with her. Is that what it was? Like, we don't know anything about her, like that sort of thing? Yeah. Ken was just introduced. For sure they'll expand on her character. Yeah. Metrics time? Oh my god, guys, it's metrics time. Yeah, I didn't like, I felt pretty satisfied. Arcane was one of the things that I felt pretty satisfied, where I feel like I actually really understood what the authorial intent was with her character, and I feel like it delivered on the intent. Because in another way, the purpose of her was to, they had this conversation with Enmin where it was like, I think the idea of like I'm the trump card, use me, and Edmund saying like I don't want to do it that way is all like kind of, to me, important characterization. Like I don't want to like use my people like tools, basically, right? I don't want to do it that way. And then Arcane saying that's, I think the implication is like that's kind of like maybe a juvenile way of doing things that's like not realistic. But then she kind of defers, and then when push comes to shove, she kind of like does what needs to be done as well. So I didn't really have any problems with her.
About view count and things like that. But I do think when the disparity is like really big and obvious, it's kind of a concern. When Enfield first started and it launched, of course I do think that they maybe like advertised the video and whatnot. It had 1.1 million view when the game was launched. And then when you look at the recent event they had Fang Yi, it went to 331k, which is like, that's a pretty big drop off in terms of like the people who were once excited, interested in the game, and then
I mean, I think
more than half, in fact, of the people who watched the start no longer watching into the next one. And I really
like, I mean, I just would like to see some like empirical data on this sort of thing. Like how many players does a live service actually retain? Let me like how many players does a live service actually retain? Let me look at like Helldivers 2 Steam charts. So like Helldivers 2 started 458,000, 24-hour peak is 31k. But they're still alive as a live service, right? What are other live service? Warframe Steam charts. Warframe was a 189,000 all-time peak, and there are 61,000 24-hour peak. Yeah, Warframe is actually kind of nutty with it. Yeah, I just think this point is like the numbers, Mason, what do they mean, you know? Like what? Check the Wua live stream. Yeah, I feel like getting 331,000 views on your special program is like pretty good for this English version. Like I feel like that's pretty good. I mean, honestly, I feel like even to say if this is like a third of the original, I feel like I feel like most developers would consider that maybe a success even. Just knowing like the trends of, you know, how many in a live service, how many people who like try the game tend to fall off of it. If you could say you have like 1/3 retention, I feel like that's actually kind of insane, you know? If like 1 in 3 people are like still invested in the game, I feel like it's usually much lower than that. And like that's even to say like these numbers are probably meaningless anyway. Like we don't like you know anything about any of these numbers, like where the viewership comes from. Like you don't know anything about like how many people who are playing the game actually watch these things. Like these numbers are meaningless. They're just meaningless. I mean, Warframe is also literally on every device. Yeah, Steam charts doesn't even account for like consoles. So check Wua's easy HSR, like the first one to like what, the second one or something. All right, tangent. Wuthering Waves, YouTube. It's not on the screen. I'm not trying to swap my screen for this, but I'm going to tell you guys the numbers. Oldest, sort by oldest. Okay, so there should be on live, right? Oldest. Wuthering Waves reveal live stream. And then they had a Wuthering Waves 1.3. I mean, they don't even really like. See, like, these numbers are meaningless. Like, there's literally what is what? I mean, these cinematics, I don't know, bro. It's all meaningless. Like, what is even comparable to like which video to which live stream is comparable to which live stream? They don't even have like 1.1 on here. They don't have 1.1 or 1.2. Like, it's just like meaningless numbers.
It's a conversation that we need to have. People say
Most normal players don't. Yeah. I won't say those numbers are meaningless, but are far from the truth. Yeah, okay, maybe not meaningless, but there's not, you can't really like, you can't extrapolate any like conclusion from just comparing like one live stream to the next live stream.
But I think criticisms needs to be done, and people need to understand how to criticize in a way that is actually fruitful. So
just remember this. This is probably the most golden line of the entire video. People need to know how to criticize in a way that is fruitful, is what he says, right?
Things that I don't entirely agree with is when it comes to people having subjective opinions of the characters that are within the game. Okay, you've got big creators telling you that they don't enjoy the personality of Chen, right? You also have people who have expressed that they don't like the personality of Arcane. And I think all of those things are kind of like you just saying that you don't like this person. And I can also have characters that I don't like. I have characters that I don't like their personality.
Yeah, so he even gets it where it's like just saying I don't like such and such characters, well. You know.
But I've never thought that not liking someone's personality has to be the reason that you end up saying that this is a bad writing and whatnot. Because these personalities can exist in real life, right? When people say that they don't like Chen is a very bubbly character, is a high energy, positive person. But that's not unrealistic per se. You can have hyper friends that are just like this.
I also don't think the defense that I would go to for a character is that like such and such personality is realistic. I mean, maybe it's good to feel like some sort of like it's not over the top or wacky or something, but well, that's not though. That's not like the one and done. I mean, like when I talk about like, you know, why do I maybe like Shen's character? I mean, like in the story, she's part of the trio. She adds like moments of brevity because she's like a little goofier, you know. Like I was saying earlier, I think is like very like has very strong kind of like moral beliefs and like a moral compass, right? She's very like maybe people driven, relationship driven. Like when she's like her whole like, you know, contrast juxtaposition with Arcane is that Shen seems very like concerned about like the human aspect of it, where Arcane seems to be like on the surface at least like pushing that down to focus more on like the overall like the greater good or the mission or whatever, you know. And there's like juxtaposition there, and there says something, and I don't know, like if I was to talk about Shen, those are the things I would say, not necessarily like that's a realistic way for someone to act, you know. I mean, times are different, economic power is different, people's attention quota are different, things you can do other games are different. Yeah. Also, just because it's realistic doesn't mean I won't hate that kind of person in real life either. I think yeah, writing doesn't have to be realistic for it to be good. Yeah, like I mean there's plenty of like story, like, you know, when we think about a lot of like maybe over the top anime and stuff, the writing may not be realistic, but like these characters, they're inspirational in some way. Like when it comes to like heroic characters, you know, they're maybe like inspirational in some way. It says something about, you know, maybe the nature of good versus evil. Like what is the, like that's one thing about critique, I think, is like this aspect of authorial intent. Like what is the author trying to say, you know, with this certain decision? And, you know, like when it comes to like Chen and Arcane, there's like an interesting balance between, you know, like in a time of crisis, like do you kind of forego this kind of sense of whether it be self-preservation or the sense of like, you know, the value of human life, you know, to make like that sacrificial or like use me as a tool, right? I am the trump card, like use me, you know, versus the humanity of like, we don't operate that way, we're not going to do it that way, I don't want to win that way, you know. I guess there's something to be said there. That's maybe like what they're trying to get you to think about. But Shen's kind of like goofiness, I mean, it's also like cute and endearing and everything, but I don't think he's defending the character, he's defending the writing. I don't know how much I said is necessarily in opposition to what he's saying. I'm just talking about it as well. I'm sure there are people with personality of Paimon. Doesn't mean we should be stuck with her throughout the story. Yeah.
And always out there to follow you through. You have Arcane where, well, I have to kind of arrow him out, but Supa has openly mentioned how she doesn't like Arcane, and he stated
what
how
did you say, arrow?
But Supa has openly mentioned you have Arcane where, well, I have to kind of arrow him out, but
Arrow him out?
Supa has openly mentioned how she doesn't like Arcane, and he stated how she's kind of like a blank shell. There's nothing much going on with her. She's kind of like this sort of yes man to you who always follow your orders, and then in the end, they all of a sudden just make her like off herself, or more so take her together with Ardisha, right? I don't entirely agree that she doesn't have a good dynamic with the characters, because at the end of the day, she is painted as a military personnel, and I think that is pretty realistic in itself. I think there's a difference between characterizing someone that feels like something that you would see pretty normally versus someone that, well, you see pretty normally, but if you don't like this person, therefore you end up not liking the story. I think there's a little bit of a difference with that kind of take. So I think seeing the quality of writing that they have in the game is something that we can be conversing about. It doesn't need extreme world building and whatnot. I agree with the stance that the initial comment kind of put forth, that you cannot have the insane level of lone trail and babble.
People confuse consistency with realism when it comes to fiction. By definition, you can never judge whether or not a fictional character is realistic. Think about the crazy people you know. Yeah, that's kind of true, actually. The one thing I don't like about Chen is she keeps speaking like go there, come here, like she's like over explaining or what? Yeah, I don't really get the Paimon vibe from Chen like at all, but all right. If you say Paimon has some redeeming moments, then yeah. Yeah.
That we see in Arknights, where it spans from so many initial stories that we've had in the game to then deliver on like a big banger wrap up. Let's bring in all these kind of theories and ideas you've seen in other stories into one, right? You cannot achieve that in the span of just 3 months of the game. However, I need into one, right? You can
yeah, so
wrap up. Let's bring in all these kind of theories and
I
ideas you've seen in other stories into one, right? You cannot achieve that in the span.
Like, okay, so I think that's another thing that when people talk about the buildup of the game, so like in Lord of Mysteries, I'm gonna use a Lord of Mysteries example. At least in the first like several books, especially in the, like, let's use the first one, right? In the first book, it's like a 2,000 page book or something, and it has that moment at the end where like everything comes together, all of these like plot points kind of come together and resolve, and all of these like, you know, certain like kind of like, I guess, mysteries, but like questions and things they were investigating, they all kind of like come together with like to be answered, and it kind of comes together really beautifully. But like throughout the course of the book, there's still like stories being told that contribute to like the overarching plot, but also contribute to like they're just good stories. They're just fun to read. They contribute to characterization, you know. So, like, I think there's like maybe I don't even know what this is addressing. It's like one of those it's like one of those things that I feel like is it's like one of those arguments that comes out from just like bad communication, where someone will say something, like criticize it, and then someone will say, oh, like it can't be like Arknights in 2 months, it needs time to build up. And then now the conversation is about the build up and the payoff and stuff, when like that's kind of like not even super important, you know. That's not like the main issue, I feel like. Somebody's saying people don't know what their main issues. That's the purpose of critique, by the way, is that people don't maybe understand, and this is like normal. It's not like people are stupid. Like I do it, everyone does it. Where like you don't fully understand what your issue is, but then we harp on issues like build up and payoff, and like everything needs to be this big build up, and then everything needs to be this big payoff. But like, you know,
just 3 months of the game.
I mean, it's weird. Like, it's not like because it's like a web novel, so the way they organize it is weird. Like, you'll see it organized in like 300, 400 page books or something, and then there's like the first volume, which is like a book, I guess. It's weird. It's weird. Yeah, the clown volume, I think, is the first one. Chen states too much the obvious. I feel like I didn't really get that impression, but maybe. In a short span, a visual novel can give you a better story, but in 3D, you need a lot of work that I don't think they're willing to do right now, and they will focus on the main story more. I don't really, yeah, I feel like when it comes to like the presentation of 3D, I think it's just like an inherently weaker medium than like a book. Pretty well, every medium is probably like inherently weaker than books, but you know, that's why like the complaint is that when there's not like constant movement, it starts to feel stale. But like adding in constant movement requires a lot of work, I'm assuming, from like animators. So you get to that point where it's like people are kind of standing in a room talking, like that sort of thing. But you know,
however, I need to point out that Arknight's stories isn't always about putting everything into a giant web and linking into one story.
Yeah.
AK has delivered on a lot of stand-alone stories where without you reading the main chapter at all, you can actually enjoy them in person. No need to know about like Oripathy or Reginium, what kind of races they are. You can just read them on their own. And some of these stories are absolutely amazing. The things that I want to point out on are things like Twilight of Wolomonde. I think that's one of my favorite stories in that game. You have Exodus the Pale Sea, which I think is amazing as well. Echo Dive, the event that features Tragodia, also amazing. And people say, world building. But those stories need no world building. You just read them on your own, and they are so well written. So when we compare to the state of like Enfield, I do think that the part we need to criticize on is not the fact that,
I wish we could go into what makes them well written, you know? I wish we could dig into like what actually makes them well written is the thing. Because how is that like fruitful criticism, you know? This is well written. Okay. Thanks. I
don't get the same vibe of AK and whatnot. Like, yeah, that's gonna take time, but when you just look at the standalone things that you've read thus far, not just in the main story of Enfield that they've been delivering, but also the side quests that you've been playing, right? Some of the side quests that Enfield has is absolutely brain damaging, okay? I agree with the sort of complaints that people has made of 1.1, where they...
Like, this is what I mentioned this in the Discord, but this is one of those examples of maybe cognitive dissonance where... Like literally like a minute ago, he was saying like we need to understand, you know, how to make criticism that is fruitful, And then this going into this thing, this like little spiel about the stories, it was like, you know, you have such and such standalone stories, they don't need world building and they're well written, and then these side stories in Enfield are bad. And like that was like the extent. That was like the extent of it, I feel like, you know? Like what makes those stories good? You know, like that's what I want to know. I'm sure he could like explain it. He just doesn't in this video.
They were talking about how we had the cleaning event. I agree.
And now we're talking about the cleaning event. Like, you know, like it's just kind of like all over the place. I don't know, dude.
This is fun. I don't know.
Like now we're talking about how the cleaning event wasn't fun. You know, we were talking about like the nature of fruitful criticism, and then such and such stories and like Arknights don't need world building. They're kind of work as standalones because they're well written. And then like such and such, and then like these stories are bad in Enfield, and then the cleaning event isn't fun. You know, like I don't know. In 3D, you lose all those internal monologues and pointed descriptions, but you get the line delivery, body language, set design. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Let's really quick, what would you guys say is world building? What do we mean when we say world building? Like what does that mean? No medium can match the imagination? Yeah, exactly. That's honestly, dude, why I don't actually you know how like games like Genshin and I think, or not Genshin, maybe I think it was HSR, they got the most flack for the black text on white screen. And then like I would see like a game like WoW or does it sometimes. Sometimes games do that. Like I actually have zero problem with that. In fact, it's like fine. It's fine. But people like make fun of that. It's like a meme. They say it's like lazy. But that's like giving us like a few like, you know, something from like a book. Like you know, let us use my imagination. Let me use my imagination for something. Like they'll sometimes use it to explain something that, you know, maybe wouldn't look as good. It's like, I don't really have a problem with that. Honestly, I don't have a problem with that. I feel like that's just like a bandwagon hate train thing. Like it's lazy. I mean, I guess they could animate it, but maybe just like, it seems kind of obvious sometimes within the limitations of the 3D rendering of these games, but like certain things just aren't gonna be as good. World building equals playing Minecraft at Keck W. All right. All right. Mods? World building would be what nations there are and what they're about. Also how the world works, for example, Originum and its infection and OG Arknights. I think world building is all about constructing the fantasy world with past stories, characters, the laws and magics of the world, etc. Okay. Yeah, and see, and that's one thing where like I don't necessarily agree with the criticisms, but I don't agree with the like the defense that the rebuttal that you hear to the criticisms a lot of the time, which is this is the build up, this is the world building, you know, you need to be able to sit through this so it can be good later on. That's not necessarily true. Like you don't kind of need like a huge info dump of like world building, you know, things are, and I also don't even think that's how the story is like presented, or like what is the intent when they're crafting the story. They're not sitting there like, yeah, Valley 4 needs to be all the world building and it's going to be boring as fuck and people are going to have to sit through it so it can be good later on. Like I don't think that's what the writers were thinking when they wrote that. Again, look at Lord of Mysteries. If you guys read it, is like one of the like master classes when it comes to world building, because you're like plopped into this world with Klein, the main character, and he doesn't know anything about the world, right? But as he slowly discovers things, you, the reader, also slowly discovers things, and he discovers things like as he needs to learn about them. Like as problems arise, he will like learn the information that is needed to counter that problem or react to that problem, or as the story naturally progresses, you learn more things about the world. You don't need like this like info dump about the world. It's like, that is like the proper, I think, way to do world building, The files in Enfield are an example of world building. Yeah, you can read in the files like all of the, backstory stuff. Big difference is that OG Arknights as a visual novel has to explicitly state it, since the world does not exist outside of what they describe. World building can be interesting if it's done through the characters instead of having a long lore dump like physics books explaining how gravity works. I think like sometime, like when I read about the like Faramut Sui, they gave you like a little lore note in the middle of the quest. I thought that was cool. Like I enjoyed reading that to like learn about that. But I don't know. Usually that's the reason we have Amnesia as MC in all gacha games, for them to be able to be our client in this game. Yeah, exactly. It's like it's kind of one thing where like I get it if like you feel like it's becoming what's it called? Repetitive, where it's like every MC is like Amnesia MC. But this is a classic storytelling mechanism that has been used for everything. It's like in Harry Potter they use it. Like in something like ReZero, basically like every isekai they use it, where they don't have amnesia, but they're functionally plopped into a new world where they know nothing, and so as they learn things, it's basically like having a main character or a character that also doesn't know something, so that it's like organically they like when they learn it, the audience organically learns it, So with like in Harry Potter, why did they make it so that like why did the author make it so that Harry Potter, was completely separated from the wizarding world for his entire life, even though like, realistically, I guess they did something about the love magic, but like there would have been something where it's like, like rather than letting the kid be abused for the first 12 years of his life, like they would have like stepped in or something, like something like that. But they do that because like when he goes into the wizarding world and starts learning things, you start learning things as well. So world building goes into a lot of things in story. This can be as far as culture, science, politics, magic systems. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like you don't need to be like dumped on all the world building at the time, because I also just think that's like a kind of a straw man on both sides. Like to use that as your defense of the story is like kind of a straw man, and doesn't really, I don't know if straw man's the best word for it, but it's not the best defense. And then so like to focus on that rebuttal as like this is the main thing the conversation about is just like completely taking the conversation in a ridiculous direction. But
I don't really find joy in that. Like there was some stages that just went like, oh, okay, this is kind of interesting. But honestly speaking, did I have to play that? No, not very helpful.
ZZ is based and didn't use it. Yeah, so like if you play ZZZ, you can like get a feel for the difference when the MC doesn't know stuff versus when, like how they kind of portray things in the world. Like it maybe feels like you're a little more dropped into it, but also, I mean, there's going to be things eventually in the story that the MC doesn't know about that they're going to be learning about, and why don't we just drop Amnesia and switch to Isekai? Genshin's an Isekai, that's why it pops off. I mean, yeah, Genshin's basically an Isekai. Lord of Mysteries is an Isekai with Amnesia. Well, no, in Lord of Mysteries, he actually doesn't have Amnesia. He has like a bit of confusion because he's like, some of his memories kind of merge with like Klein's memories or something, the original Klein. And so he doesn't like, but he doesn't like have knowledge of the world and stuff. So like he's basically like, he doesn't know anything about the world when he comes into it. But the thing is, like, the author, when it's like super inconvenient for Klein like not to know something, he might know, like he like knows the language or something like that, you know. Klein has all the memories of the original Klein, meaning he knows the world itself, but the original Klein, oh yeah, true, yeah, that's fair, that's actually accurate. Yeah.
Of an event. All the food quests when you submit food is very plain. These are the kind of things that I see in the other games, and it's the reason why I don't like the other games, because I want to play something that feels meaningful for me to do. Well, of course, those are just more so the filler events. But if we talk about side quests, where there are extra stories, those that are...
Yeah, like the glorified login events, I just feel like we shouldn't be harping on those. It kind of just like breaks my brain when I hear people, you know, like I had to go click on it. I had to go like click one button and turn in a food to the NPC and then get my rewards. Like, you know, it's just there for flavor. It's not really, I don't know.
Voice, right?
I don't know.
There are definitely some side quests that makes you go like, oh, why did I really have to sit through this? Some of them are pretty interesting. With the likes of patch 1.0, we had the whole Granny Jenny. I cannot remember her entire name, right? I think that was a great side quest that we've seen in itself. In the case of the current few events, you also got to see the interactions with the civilians themselves, some of the stock.
Oh yeah, I know, yeah. Lord of Mysteries is an isekai, you're right. Yeah, it is, basically. They just call it transmigration, that's why I got confused. Yeah.
Case quests were also
because I feel like in China they call it transmigration more than like isekai, which is the Japanese term for it.
pretty fun. Like, there's some good stuff that they've written, but not everything is great. And as a result of that, I do think that the not so good stuff, unfortunately, will quell down people's opinions of these patches. So, the thing is that it's not like people aren't agreeing with each other on this. That for one, I think we need to criticize appropriately as to what we don't think is working out on a standalone basis. The whole thing about wanting Enfield to match AK, it might never happen, but I do think it's fair for...
like it's just the ironic, dude. It's ironic because we keep talking about like to be lectured to to be lecturing about criticizing properly when I haven't heard like a true critique, you know, like not to be like a fucking like grandstanding, but it's like kind of just obvious to me, you know, we literally all we did like in the past like several minutes was literally just vibing. Like I didn't like this. I liked this in Arknights. These were good stories in Arknights. They were standalone. They didn't need world building. But then these side quests in Enfield are bad. There was this one that was good. This food event thing is bad. This other thing is bad. Don't like this. But we need to learn how to criticize properly so that it's fruitful. Like what do we do with that? Like I mean truly, like what are we supposed to do with that? Like, I mean, the thing is, like, real critique is, like, hard. It's, like, very difficult. It requires a lot of, you know, like, research and thought and writing and, like, just kind of vibing and saying, like, I feel this, I feel that. Like, you know, free speech, you're very welcome to say that. Like, I welcome people to just say, like, I liked this, I didn't like this. That's kind of just, like, people talk about things they like and didn't like. That's very normal. But I don't really want to be lectured. I don't want to be, like, lectured to about the idea of fruitful criticism when I haven't heard any fruitful criticism. I don't know. Does that sound harsh? Probably, but how else are you supposed to say it?
For us to wish for that, just that.
Hold on. From here, let me read this from Merriam-Webster. This is like some research I was doing for the new video. Okay, from Merriam-Webster dictionary, right? What's the difference between criticism and critique? There's some overlap in meaning, but they're not the same in every situation. Criticism is most often used broadly to refer to the act of negatively criticizing someone or something. For example, I'm more interested in encouragement right now than criticism. Right? So criticism is most often used broadly to refer to the act of negatively criticizing someone or something, or a remark or comment that expresses disapproval. While critique is a more formal word for a carefully expressed judgment, opinion, or evaluation of both the good and bad qualities of something. For example, books or movies. Thus, a critic can write a critique that may be full of criticism. You know? Let's put some thought into making daily login better and making you learn about the world's food. Yet we complain about no world building. Okay. Yeah, like I think the world building parts that people are yeah, that's a good point. Because a lot of people just kind of skip the dialogue of those. I mean, I didn't read them, but you're saying there's world building for the food and stuff in there. I mean, fair enough. Harsh but fair. I also feel like Kookie's all over the place with his criticism. This is just like vibing, you know? This is just vibing. Like, I didn't like this. I liked that. This was good. That was bad, you know? I'm not even, and that's the thing. Like you said, I knew Volps was going to defend Enfield, even though what Kookie said is at most mild criticism. I'm not even really defending Enfield here at all. You know, if you listen to like what I'm saying, I'm just kind of talking about like the nature of like criticism versus critique. And like, if you know, I want to actually hear good critique of Enfield, if that's what we want, you know, I want to hear a good critique of Enfield. What I don't want to hear is this thing is bad, but this other thing is good. You know? Is that like, am I asking for too much?
Be realistic, it's not going to happen immediately. It might take time for that to occur. Until that time, can the build-up for Enfield feel like a good experience? That is, I think, pretty important, okay? It might sound like I haven't been too...
And I also just don't think, like, not every patch needs to be considered build-up. You know, oh, we're building up, we're building up, we're building up. And then, you know, eventually Ardashir is going to reveal, like, the you know, we're gonna have the big reveal. Like, this is something that I think Genshin used to do, where it was like, they were really good at building up and making you, like, ask questions and be curious about the world and the lore and stuff. And then when it came time to deliver, they just, like, didn't know how to deliver. I mean, look at, like, you know, when Lord of Mysteries is doing world building, right? So this is something in a recent video I talked about this little, like, story in Lord of Mysteries, right? And what happened is that Klein, he's like becoming one of the Nighthawks, one of the like Beyonder detectives that have like the part of like the basically like police force that have like the special powers, and they kind of police like this section, but it's like a secret to the public for the most part. So he's becoming like an official member, and his job is to go and like solve a case by himself. And that's like the initiation thing they do. And he's given like a small case, and he goes and he talks to, the case is about this, like kind of like millionaire philanthropist guy who like owns a bunch of factories. Cause remember, this is Victorian England. So they're kind of like in this industrial revolution age. So there's a lot of like worker abuses and stuff like that, and like bad factory conditions, like health problems and stuff. So this guy owns all these factories, but he also is like considered a philanthropist. He's on like the city council, or he like wants to run for city council or something. And he like has charities that are supposed to help the poor, because there's also very like huge wealth disparities between rich and poor, and like the peasant class and the rich class and stuff. So you learn about all of this stuff about the world. You learn through Klein's investigation about how what are the working conditions for these workers. So they'll use like lead in these factories, and workers are exposed to lead. And the case is that this millionaire philanthropist guy, he has this minor haunting by like a minor spirit. And it's the spirit of this young woman, like a 18 to 20-year-old, I think, that she's like a young woman who died in his from working in his factory from lead poisoning. And like Klein like starts asking questions and investigating. He does like dream divinations, he does like spirit divinations, he gets like all these different points of view. He talks to like the girl's parents, talks to the philanthropist guy. And what happens is that Klein comes to figure out that like there's lead in the factories and workers are exposed to lead. So he asks the guy, why can't they just, have better protective equipment or not use lead in the factories at all? And the guy says that if they were to do that, then it would cost too much money and he would go out of business, which would result in his competitors simply buying up the land and the factories and the assets And then so like they don't care about any of that stuff to begin with, and so it'd just be like, you know, it'd just be worse. It'd be like a problem. But what the, you know, philanthropist guy does is he tries to have, you know, the kind of like managers of the factory keep an eye on the workers, and if they start to exhibit symptoms of lead poisoning, then he basically like lets them go. He like essentially fires them. And but the thing is that in this society, the wealth disparity is so large that missing one day of work would result in like you and your entire family being homeless and like starving, right? So like what this young woman does, she's 18, 19, she's like, if I stop working, you know, my parents and my younger siblings, we're all going to be homeless. I can't miss work. So she like hides her illness until it gets to a point where she dies, right? And like, so, you know, you have this very like cool, like almost like side story, right? But it adds so much to your understanding of this world and this society. And at the same time, you learn more about Klein. Klein learns more about his own limitations as a Beyonder, because he learns that, you know, I have all of these powers, but like, I'm not necessarily able to just like snap my fingers and make everything okay with these problems in this society. You know, like all he can really do is kind of affect the things that are like directly, kind of like the things he can directly affect. So what he's able to do is get this, like, but because he's not really able to tell like exactly like, oh, you're haunted by a spirit, because it's a secret. But he basically like tells the guy like it's a psychological problem from subconscious guilt, and what you need to do is like pay, like give a payout to the girl's family, right? Because like the guy didn't even know that the woman died as a result of his factory. So he's like, you need to give a payout to this family and like set up all this stuff, and like that kind of resolves the haunting and stuff. So like, you know, as an example of a story doing that correctly. Sorry, I kind of just yapped for a bit and missed some comments, but that's how like world building and storytelling kind of go hand in hand. It's not like that was a boring story that I needed to like slog through in order to learn about the society of the world. Like it was super enjoyable to read through all of that. And at the same time, I learned a lot, and the information was presented in a really enjoyable way, you know? Are you going to read the comments on this video? Yeah, maybe. I get what you mean. The case itself properly exposes through its conflict the world in a way that is entertaining and has a conclusion and is still directly connected to the main plot. Yeah. So like when I talk about like critique of Enfield, I want to like, I kind of wish that we talk more about like, you know, that whole spiel I just gave about Lord of Mysteries. Like any writer should be able to replicate those same feelings, you know. And what I want to hear about in a critique of Enfield is like, how does Enfield accomplish that or fail in doing that? Not just like, you know, but the build up, but like the build up doesn't matter. I should be allowed to criticize whatever. And my criticism is that it's bad. And like, that just like it doesn't do anything for me. Like this conversation, it's like, it's brain dead. Like it's like giving me an ulcer, you know, like it's like a nothing burger.
Satisfied with how 1.1 and 1.2 is. I've not made like a patch review for these two versions yet. I'm gonna do like a combined review pretty soon before patch 1.3 appears. But I do, for now, can tell you guys that
You thought this was an Enfield video, but it was Lord of Mysteries. I mean, God, dude, you gotta be able to like bring up other stories. I'm not saying this in a defensive way. I'm just saying it's like, to me, it's only natural that if you're trying to explain like something about good writing, to be able to like give an example from another story, you know. Whether like I have like my favorites that y'all will hear about a lot, like, you know, Avatar: Last Airbender, Lord of the Rings, Lord of Mysteries, sometimes Game of Thrones. I don't even know if I like Game of Thrones that much, but I know a lot about it from watching Alt-Shift-X videos, so there's that. But you know, help, every time I'm on this stream, it feels like I'm missing out on Lord of Mysteries. I mean, you can read it. It's available. people like can give me a negative impression of the OG Arknights community, not gonna lie, and I say this as a year one present player. No, Ken is just like extremely insensitive. Like he like I don't want to like dogpile because it's like I don't want to be like the streamer guy dogpiling one guy, but you know, what can we learn from this? It's like you can't really just be offended if like you want to come in and call something slop, and then when people disagree, then you're like, you just refuse to see that it's slop. You know, like there's just a lot of like emotion. Like emotion just like runs super high, and it's like not really. What are we gonna do? What do we do with that? You know, what do we do with that? Because you know what would be, you know what, you know, that would be more entertaining to hear your critique of Enfield when you actually play it over just skimming the secondary missions all the time. What is that supposed to mean? It's the thing about like, that's the thing though about critique is like, it's not like something you can kind of do like right after viewing. It requires like a lot of thought. I don't know how that sounds, but it's like you know, you have to sit down and I'd have to like watch through the story again. Like if I wanted to do a critique that like I was proud of, and that's why I haven't done a critique on my channel yet. It's because like if I wanted to do a critique that I was proud of about like a story or anything, I'd have to go back and like probably watch through at least like 2 or 3 times the actual story. I'd have to sit down and think about like each and every part of it, like what do I want to actually talk about? Like, yeah, that would be cool. It's a lot of work. I probably want to do it at some point if there's like a hunger for that sort of thing. But, like because I have criticisms of, I guess, the story of Enfield as well. But, you know, started reading Lord of Mysteries due to Volps, and I don't regret it one bit. Best story I've ever read. It's truly a masterclass in many aspects of storytelling. Like I think world building is one of the things where it truly excels above many other stories. But just in terms of characters and stuff too, it's really good. Remember correctly, by the way, Kuki mentioned in the video that he disagrees with the demand that Enfield must be good from the get-go, since OG Arknights itself wasn't the earlier chapters. Sorry, disagrees with the demand that Enfield must be good from the get-go. I see this. Okay, sorry, it took me a while to like process that, but like, no, but this is something that I would say that like if we hold stories to a standard of like storytelling, you know, like, you know, the first few chapters of Lord of Mysteries, I've heard some people say they're slower, but like I enjoyed them. I enjoyed them as an introduction to the world, right? So like the writer like immediately does a lot to evoke curiosity and make you like invested in the world. And those beginning chapters are like some of my favorite because they're slower, because you'll see, for example, Klein with his relationship with his siblings, his brother and sister. And this is like super interesting because, you know, the like transmigrator Zhou Mingru, as I don't know if I'm saying that right, Zhou Mingru, he like has these like conflicting feelings because he knows like it's not his real brother and sister, but he also like is like kind of merging with Klein's persona. So he like feels like very like instinctively like brotherly feelings towards them, you know? So like he like loves them, and then it's like there's like some really interesting subtext because at some point he starts just like, I think in the beginning he kind of makes this distinction between like, you know, Melissa and Benson, who like aren't really like my brother and sister, and eventually he just starts calling them like his brother and sister, like very naturally, and it's like kind of really, it's really cool. But yeah, anyway, Lord of Mysteries glaze. That's what he's been doing ever since release. He's literally in every Enfield comment section / stream dunking on Enfield, trying to sway the CC's opinion towards the Enfield hate hive mind. Yeah. I think you can feel it when someone is like whether if someone's like trying to have a conversation with you versus when someone's like in debate bro mode and they're just trying to get you to like say something or make some concession or like change your belief, and it's like no one wants to engage with that. So, you know. It would be helpful if you went through the side quests. I can't really bring up good stuff from them since I don't want to spoil. You can talk about the side quests in Enfield and stuff. I should just know about them. I haven't played the side quests and stuff as much as I should, but yeah. We can talk about them. Because I need to just learn about them anyway. In his stream, he said the video is not about what is the problem with Arknights, but how to critique it. Yeah, and that's my biggest problem as well, is that we're learning from someone how to critique something that I've not really heard like a critique, like a real critique from. Which again sounds harsh. I don't want that to sound harsh, but how else do you know if no one says it? You know, I don't know if there's any other way to say that. Like I read the Merriam-Webster definition. Critique is a means of like elucidating one's feelings and like how something made you feel this way, and did it accomplish, what was it trying to make you feel? What was the authorial intent? Did it accomplish in these things? How did it accomplish or fail in these things? You know, and just saying that like this is good or this is bad, or like this is an example of a story that's good, this is an example of a story that's bad, and like literally that's the extent of it. Like that's it. That's not critique. That is not like fruitful critique. I don't know what the developers are supposed to do with that. I also don't understand where this idea came from, that like we as, you know, our job is to like criticize so that the developers can learn the feedback. I mean, that's part of like live service community kind of feedback and stuff. But if all your criticism is just this is bad, I don't like it, or you know, like Supa was saying something about how like such and such character is like a shell, she's soulless, she does this and that. I mean, like we talked about it, I just don't think it's an attempt at explaining, but I don't even think it's very accurate. So I don't know. Thankfully it's being carried by CN Enfield. Yeah. My point is that I don't think this video from Kuki is particularly critical. I feel like his other video the other day is more critical. I didn't see the other one, so. I never get that Kuki is critiquing in any of his videos, rather just a rant about what he wants to see. Yeah, like, which I've said before is like totally fine, but don't go and lecture people about the art of fruitful critique, you know? I don't know.
I think those were pretty well done for a large part. There are some things that I don't think they did very good. Until then, however, the way I see it is I hope they can be consistently improving themselves with the whole story writing experience, because people are telling other players to be patient with Enfield. It will get good. It will get better. But the thing is,
see, this is the argument that is like that's why it's like I've also kind of checked out from like the Enfield discourse, is because it tends to be like this pattern of, you know, like that is the only rebuttal that we really respond to. Like maybe that's the loudest voices just saying like, just be patient, just like it'll get better or something. And like there's some relevance to that, but also like that will get like strawmanned, and then because there are ways to say like that's not like an all-encompassing response, you know, like the story should still be good and it's like satisfying, but you could say there's elements that require certain amounts of build up. But that's kind of why I just like checked out in some ways, because I'm like if this is all it's going to be about, like, you know, saying like it needs to be better, and then someone saying like don't worry, it'll get better in time, or there needs to be build up, and then it's like that's all we, and then like for the response, that's like the only response that we kind of latch onto. I'm just kind of like, okay,
patience have a limit for various players. Some of you have insane patience. You're willing to die with hypergriff.
This is the moment I lost it. EN discourse is just weird, TBH. Yeah, it's just weird, dude. It's just weird. Like that's why I said like this is weird criticism. Like it's just weird. Like maybe it's like a perception issue, because like a few people kind of screamed at you like don't criticize it. Like, it needs time to get better. OG Arknights also wasn't good. Like, those things are true. Like, none of this is in the realm of like critique. Like, I don't want to be like the fucking like the posh like critic or whatever. That's not what I'm doing. It's just like, I just feel like I'm not like an expert on any of this, but I can go and read like the Merriam-Webster definition, and I kind of understand like that definition is not being met, when it seems to be like the impression is that people think it's being met, but like it's kind of like obviously not to me. But
to see the end of it. Other people don't have the same patience. People got mad when I made the video explaining why some people feel that Enfield characters can feel soulless. I don't think they necessarily are. I just used that video to explain it, and people got really pissed with
okay.
me to just make a conversation about that. And the thing I need to reply to these people, because I get a very common reply, is you cannot complain now. The game just started. Guys, who gives a fuck? People are quitting the game. We need to reason why these people are quitting the game. And some of you will be like, oh, doesn't matter if they quit the game. It's my game, you know. I'm still here. I'm still ready to see it.
Yeah, see, like this also, by the way, is this is also like antithetical to critique, where it's like I'm like predicting what people will say, or I'm like responding to counter arguments before they're made, or I'm like responding to certain counter arguments. Like, it's not really like what the role of the critic is, like, because like these are also just kind of like cherry picked rebuttals, you know. They're just kind of cherry picked. So like whatever babble he made all those minutes ago does not lead to a coherent central argument. I don't know. Some CCs make critiques because they need to make money and not because the problem actually needs critiquing, and there's nothing wrong with fans finding that distasteful. Well, that's the thing. It's like if what you're doing is kind of just, you know, gamer raging your criticisms of the game, then like I feel like you just can't be upset when people criticize your approach to like criticism or whatever, you know. You've kind of opened yourself up to that. I don't really, obviously, like, it should remain civil, and like nobody should be like insulting and be like overly, you know, ad hominem or negative or whatever. But if someone's gonna like critique like your points, that's kind of just like supernatural, isn't it? I mean, upcoming point is the one that made Ken the most mad. I still think you should read Supa's entire tweet chain. At least he makes arguments. I think it's, yeah, to his credit, I guess he does make arguments. I'm not gonna pull up Twitter on stream, but maybe I'll read it. Maybe I'll read it. Pull it up and read it. Yeah, the whole like people are quitting the game thing. This is every game. Yeah, like, I mean, look at, I know like Sensor Tower revenue charts are not accurate, but for like a general sense of things, I mean, I feel like, you know, to get like a general idea of where a game is, I feel like Enfield's doing really well. And they've been maintaining that pretty well. So I don't, the whole like people are quitting, like the whole like people are quitting the game thing, that's also like a perception thing. Like your perception of the community is that people are quitting the game, maybe because like your audience is quitting the game, or I don't know, people that you know are quitting the game. Like you looked at a like live stream viewership, and like that's your evidence that people are quitting the game. Like that is not empirical. That's not like, you can't make an empirical statement. People are quitting the game in large numbers, you know? Live services are all about churn. Yeah, exactly. Surely there's stuff we can talk about that needs improvement in Enfield. Yeah, maybe we'll get into it. I mean, yeah. What do you think What do you think, Shush? What do you think Enfield needs improvement? The floor is yours. And guys, that's why you got to watch that the like critique in itself is like super entertaining and fun and enjoyable, you know, like I'm like critical analysis of something is like super fun to do, but maybe I'm not like plugged in. I haven't like seen them do it, but what I can say is that like in this video, I haven't heard, maybe like that's not the point of it, is what the response would be like. The point of this video is not to go in depth on like such and such stories, but I feel like this is like an example is given in here about like side quest or something. And
if you guys have that kind of opinion, you really don't give a shit about how the company is doing, because it is important for them to be able to know how to retain their players. So whatsoever there is, people's patience, as I said, are of varying levels.
Yeah, dude, it's just like, if anything, his videos are being counterproductive due to maybe turning new players away, bringing in the fake idea the game is dying. Yeah, so like the saying the game is dying is usually never good. Like it's not like nobody wants to join a live service that is dying. Like part of the excitement of a live service is that there's like a thriving community of people that are like enjoying it and discussing it and like having fun with it at the same time, you know? Biggest thing I can remember off the top of my head are the bottlenecks. Like, for example, why can I only refill 10 bottles at a time? Okay. It's like a quality of life thing, I guess, but maybe they want you to automate it in the factory so you can like automate bottle filling or something. But I think that's not necessarily, I mean, I guess that's a valid complaint. Even if we give credit to the argument of people leaving, that is for the devs to fix, and the surveys the devs make in game have more value than whatever vibe call he's doing is. Yeah, like the surveys that the devs where they get like feedback from the actual players who are playing the game, you know, like I'm sure they build around that. Like I'm sure they browse. Like the thing is, like devs, I'm sure will like maybe they have, you know, community people that browse things and like get ideas for things. But like I shared in that one video I had that was kind of talking about Tobro, that on my YouTube channel, where I brought up this quote from like Maximilian. Maximilian is like one of the big, he's like a bigger guy. I didn't really know about him before that I found that quote, but he like has like worked like directly with devs and stuff, and he talked about how, you know, developers are literally just people, just like, you know, like any of us, and if like they like what I think, dude, is like when a developer encounters someone like just to be frank, right? To be frank, when a developer sees like someone like Supa who's like gamer raging and getting super angry, and he's like kind of like leveling like kind of personal, like basically saying developers are incompetent because, oh, they had 7 years of lessons, they didn't learn, and they're still making the same mistakes. Like I don't think any developer is receptive to anybody who talks like that. Like, because think about yourself. You can say like, oh yeah, I would be receptive to any sort of criticism, but like, would you really? Would you really, if like someone is just being like an asshole, versus if someone is like laying down, like, you know, like doing like a critical analysis, or like kind of like very like exploring what you've made, right, in like a critical way, and then they're kind of maybe laying out what worked, what didn't, what landed, what didn't, you know, like which one is more like actionable, which piece of feedback is more actionable, you know, versus if someone just comes across like a very angry, bitter, like, you know, that's just how it is. And like that's apparent, like from the guy who like has worked with developers, that's what he said will like kind of generally be the approach, you know. Maximilian Dude the Goat, yeah. Yeah. Super resonates the most with me on his Enfield takes. And, you know, I feel like that, I'm glad that you shared that, but that kind of proves what I'm saying. Because, like, you know, scroll up to what you said earlier, right? And like, I'm not singling you out. I'm just saying, like, this is, I'm just trying to illustrate this. Like, this is what you said, Ken. It's not even about being a smartass. It's just not going to be a game I'll ever care about because the devs don't want to make a game for Arknights players. Nah, I'm not rage baiting. I genuinely think Enfield is slop and trash. And then you're saying Supa is the one that resonates the most with you on the Enfield takes. So do I need to like connect like 2 + 2 = 4? Like, do I need to connect that, or like should I leave that for the audience to fill in the blank on that? You know? How is that helpful for Hypergriff, or developer that works on it? That they will change their game to appeal to someone like with like that attitude, you know? I mean, Suba can at least expound on his takes. Yeah, I mean that's good. I mean, I'm pretty sure I know that Kuki can too. It's just I don't hear it in this video, you know? She was kind of rage baity. Yeah, I mean, I think that's like also his persona or something. It's like a character or something that he does. From what I've heard, I think he plays like a character or something. He's got like the persona, whatever, where he just like gamer rages because like it's funny. As long as CN is okay with the game, there won't be a problem with Enfield, as some say, failing in EN. I mean, it's not going to fail in EN, right? It's not going to fail in EN. There's plenty of people that just play it and enjoy. Like, dude, look at like, I mean, if we're going to play the whole view game, since that's what we wanted to do with, I really don't want to do this, but like, if we're going to play the whole like views game, I mean, this video got 11,000 views. Go to like a Kiostiv video where he like is just doing some like factory blueprint maker and it gets like 250,000 views. I mean, those people are just like not really engaging with this sort of stuff. They just go to YouTube, they get their blueprints, and then they go back to playing the game. You know, the game is dying because like an 11,000 view video, like not this one, but like, you know, a Supa video or something. I don't know. They got what? I don't like if we're gonna play the view game, I don't even think you should play the view game. But apparently that's like empirical evidence from like a reveal live stream to like the next live stream or something. Do I have a personality, but some of what he said is actually worth considering? I mean, yeah, like I'll consider the idea. I was like, I have no problem with that. There's a problem with Supa is that his whole shtick is shit post rage baiter, but you can never tell what is and what isn't. I mean, there's like some there's like, I don't know. It makes for like an interesting viewing experience, I guess. But, you know. Anyone who worries about revenue, I implore you to take a gander at Subnautica 2 sales. It sold 2 million copies to date, which at $30 each is 60 mil. Enfield made 3 times that in the first 2 weeks. Yeah, I mean, and Subnautica 2 was in development for like years, so I think the whole revenue thing is like,
So they really need to work as fast as possible to ensure that players will finally see that, oh, this is why I joined this game. This is why I have been looking so forward to the said quality of writing that people kept hyping about when Hyperglyph makes this 3D title.
I mean, I guess we're operating on an assumption that like the game is in the process of dying or something.
That to me is pretty important for us to understand. So I hope that I kind of gave.
Yeah, Subnautica 2 is considered a huge financial success. It like literally saved the life of the studio, if I remember correctly from reading about it. Yeah. Yeah, gacha games are profitable. I mean, the thing is that the reason the gacha model hasn't really been replicated outside of China is because it actually is like a very demanding business model. Like I remember reading an article from like 2021 talking about Genshin, and they said that it cost about $17 million monthly to, or yeah, was that right? Yeah, I think $17 million monthly to maintain Genshin at like, that's like the cost of making the game. So like it's a lot. It's a lot. Because they have like multiple teams working in parallel at the same time, right? To deliver these like on the dot, like 40-day patches. But they also make, you know, well over $100 million a month. So, you know, I mean, I'm assuming, I don't know about well over, maybe, depending on, who knows? And we don't even really know, depending on platforms and stuff. Ryukyu made a video like today or yesterday about Japan doesn't do gacha games. Yeah, I haven't watched that yet, but I kind of heard about that subject before, and maybe even it was even from him talking about it in like a live stream or something. But I think that isn't the idea that Japan just can't replicate that level of like the business model that China does, basically.
This sort of.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, the thing is with you saying that it's objectively false to call Arknights a spin-off instead of a direct sequel, like I would say it's pretty like you're the one that's objectively false on that. It's like when the developers themselves say that you don't need to play Arknights to understand anything that is an Enfield and it's designed for like people who are like new to the series to play it. It's not a direct sequel like at all. It's just not. You've been saying that for a while and we've talked about it before. I'm not really going to address that again. Cuz like you're not really going to, I mean, you're not going to change your mind on anything, so so, you know.
Stance that explains to people how I feel towards this game. That is, I do think that they're on the right track, and when it comes to criticizing on things,
but yeah, like I think you're just emotional, my friend. I think you're just very emotional about it, which is fine. The game you wanted more Arknights game, and you feel like you didn't get what you wanted, and you're like kind of like a scorned lover, which is like very human, you know. It's very human and raw, and it's very like I respect it from the perspective of, you know, it's very beautiful to like feel human emotions because that's what life and the human experience is all about. But I don't really think there's much, you know, there's not much to learn more from that.
let's talk more about the current stuff. Look at
it can still be a sequel while having a different story that doesn't not require the other, like Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. You don't need, yeah. You're saying Kuki is emotional here. You're not gonna be able to stomach other people's criticism. I was not talking about Kuki there. Yeah. Another example are the prequels and the originals in Star Wars. Yeah. Not meant to be insulting in any way. I literally can't explain it being a sequel that is continuing the story if you have no idea about the OG story. What I know about the connection to the original is what I've read in the files, and that's like the whole idea where, so like apparently life started on Talos 2, and then those people went to Terra, and then those people from Terra went back to Talos 2, but some of them didn't know that they were going back. They thought it was just like, oh, we're like charting space or something, but some of them like knew they were going back. But then like there was this like cosmic gate that they went through to go back to Talos 2, and then the gate closed during the first Agaloy War, and then they were completely separated. So, you know, dude, for it to be a direct sequel, like it would have to have like the same characters. It would have the same characters and the same setting and the same, you know, like what? It's obviously not a direct sequel. Who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Give me a sec. Define sequel. A sequel is a book, movie, play, or video game that continues the narrative of a previous work. It typically follows the same characters or takes place in the same fictional universe, advancing the storyline forward in time. Key characteristics: chronologically, it occurs after the events of the original work. Expansion: it introduces new challenges or builds upon the lore established in the preceding story. Contrast: unlike a prequel, which explores events that happened before the original story, a sequel moves the timeline forward. Okay, now debate.
At it on the face value, for the things that we have to hope, it's not like all of us don't have hope. We all are hoping for bigger things and better things. But yeah, just
Endman is the Doctor. Okay, is that confirmed or is that a theory? I think what he was trying to say, Lich, is that because I haven't played Arc Knights, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't have like the elite ball knowledge that is required to understand the theory or something. Which is like, I guess it's like fine to say, right? Because I don't have that elite ball knowledge,
wait,
which I guess is fine. But it's advancing the story forward and has two of the major Arcanized characters in it, Doctor and Priestess. Well, I don't know anything about that. Like, I don't think Doctor or Priestess is like in there, so. Also search spinoff. Define spinoff. A spinoff is an independent entity, product, or project that is derived from an existing or larger parent source. The term is most commonly used in business and media, referring to the separation of a corporate division in a new company or the expansion of an entertainment franchise. Okay, so the media and entertainment section. In film, television, and literature, a spinoff is a new narrative work created from an existing piece of media. How it works. It focuses on secondary characters, a side storyline, or events within the same fictional universe as the original work. Example, Young Sheldon is a spin-off of the television sitcom Big Bang Theory. I think between those two definitions, I feel like it's more accurate to call it a spin-off. Dude, when the devs themselves literally say you don't need knowledge of Arknights to play Enfield and understand Enfield, like what they're saying is that it's not written with you and knowing any of that stuff in mind. There's no Arknight story being advanced in Enfield currently.
see, I would say. But while we are hoping towards that, let's also help to say things that can push the game into a better direction. Not a direct, just wait and see, I would say. But while we are hoping towards that, let's also help to say things that can push the game into a better direction.
Okay, so we're going to have another like 6-hour react to his 1.2 review. Is that what's going to happen? So we can see if we really get constructive feedback.
Not a direction that we ourselves only want. there are a lot of reviewers out there, and even a certain reviewer that we've not seen for quite a
He's
while
talking about Tobro, by the way.
now, that expresses opinions
By the
that
way.
is only to create a game that only they themselves want. I do think that there is an importance in trying to figure out a game that a larger proportion of players
No ball knowledge required, yeah. Could also be that the Endman is a creation of the Doctor or Priestess, so yeah, what you're saying is pure theory. Would you say Enfield's relation to OG Arknights is like HSR and Honkai Impact 3rd? They're in the same universe, but not exactly a sequel? Yeah, I think it's more accurate. I think it's more accurate. That's like a more accurate comparison. Like HSR is, I think, more of a spin-off to HI3. It's like the most even compared to like Zenless and Genshin, which like there's the whole like, you know, Hoyo verse theory that like all of them exist in the Hoyo verse and they're all like in the same universe or whatever, but HSR like is kind of more of a spin-off to like Honkai Impact 3rd, I feel like. But like honestly, like even less so. Like I like, you know, all of this stuff, that all of the connections that Enfield has to like the lore and the universe of Arknights is like, dude, it's there for the OG Arknights players who are like super bitter about it, you know? Like it's literally there for y'all to like, who like love the lore, to show that like HG also like respects the lore and the universe, and they want to make all of this like, you know, they want to use it, right? They don't want to use it as like window dressing. They want it to like be there. So like they're using like, they're not, it's not like, you know, when it comes to like HSR and Honkai Impact 3rd, like the planet of Earth or whatever that Honkai Impact 3rd takes place on is not going to be like explored or referenced in HSR. I mean, maybe if I've missed something in the lore, but it's really not, you know. But the fact that like the beginning of our understanding of Enfield lore is like already kind of incorporating like that, you know, planet of Terra, and like there's like factions and stuff that had like came across the Cosmic Gate, and so like, there's some familiar names and stuff, you know, and like the whole like Farenmont thing, the Sui thing, I think is like there for the Arknights players who are super bitter about it anyway, so you know. I don't know, yeah, maybe like, are you saying it's hinted at that since the tech test trailer that like Doctor is, or the Endman is the Doctor? Is that what you think? HI3 and HSR are not in the same universe. They're in a multiverse. Warframe and Monster are literally in the game if you need points about theories. I mean, Wealth is in HSR. It's not like crazy that there'll be like characters since they're like kind of connected. When I said bitter, I was saying like just in general about the game. There's a lot of super like bitter people, but you know.
would actually enjoy. And there can be middle grounds of things that not only a lot of people can enjoy, but even selective people can enjoy, right? The whole thing where I tell people about having replayable game modes, having difficulty in the game, as long as you make it not mandatory for every player to play, and for players to customize it to the extent that they want, those are going to be very healthy game states. That's why AK does so well as a game. Enfield doesn't even have these things existing in the game right now, and it so severely needs it in order to help the game to go on. One of you made a comment just now when I was filming this video, and I thought it was just an amazing comment. I'm so sorry to steal on your comment. Deals, you're the one who said it, but I credit you while naming you. That is, the way that it feels like to some people is people are asking for Enfield to deliver on main courses level of stories, like beautiful 5-course dinner style that we can all enjoy. But the idea is that Enfield is only still at the appetizer, with the first 3 patches we have in the game now going to the third.
Yeah, like, dude, this framing, I just reject this entire framing, right? And like, part of this isn't like, to be clear, this isn't like Kookie's framing. It's like he's like describing the framing that other people are saying. But I reject that framing entirely, because like, you know, it's just not satisfying. Like, it's not to say, you know, people are expecting this 5-course meal, but we're at the appetizer stage right now. Like, there needs to be some essentially build up. There's got to be build up. But like, I feel like maybe there's this symptom of, you know, the only cool story, the only cool part of a story is when there's like sick, like aura and hype moments, and like the Avengers assemble moment. Like, that's what we need, like, all the time, 24/7, just like Avengers assemble, like over and over again, back to back. And it's like, you know, when I gave that example about Klein doing that little investigation into the minor haunting, like, that is an enjoyable story. Like, you know, you don't need much more than that. Like, I mean, all of those kind of events lead up to like the huge thing at the end of the like 2200 pages. Yo, what's up, iGoonalot69? Yo, what's up? Welcome to the stream, brother. What's up? So like, so example, right? When we're talking about build up, the reason that it's valid to say that some things require build up. So when in Lord of Mysteries, when, you know, you have all of these stories where you learn about the situation of this world and of the society, like the super, super disparate wealth society. This is like, just how like the, you know, Victorian England, society like actually was in real life, Industrial Revolution, you know, hyper capitalist, like unfettered capitalism, right? Like, we're getting children to work in factories for 2 pennies a day, where their like fingers and limbs and hands are getting chopped off, like that sort of thing, you know. In those societies, like, so we learn about all of that stuff, right, throughout these stories. And there's other stories where Klein learns about this too. There's where was it? There's another story where there's like lots of like, basically it's like Klein with a couple of other people, and they're investigating that there's like a lot of like suspicious deaths that are happening. And it turns out that there's just like, because there's a lot of ritualistic magic in Lord of Mysteries, where they like perform rituals which revolve like human sacrifice and really dark stuff like that. So it turns out that there's like a lot of suspicious deaths that are happening. And what this murderer is doing is basically what they're doing is they're causing people to die that probably would have died within like 1 or 2 weeks anyway, because conditions are just so bad in this world, and like access to like medical help for poor people is like not there. And it kind of builds up because, you know, there are villains like that are able to take advantage of the state of the society to like hatch plots like this, and like it builds into like plots like that. And it even builds more into like, because in the Lord of Mysteries world, there's this very like spiritual idea of like, you know, human suffering on like a super large scale can give birth, kind of like in the way in like JJK or Chainsaw Man, of like gives birth to like curses or devils, you know. And like this like overwhelming amounts of like human suffering can give birth to like evil entities, or serve as an anchor for like an evil entity to like make its presence in the world, you know. So you learn about that stuff through those stories, and they like it kind of like culminates in stuff like that, and like plots and stuff like that. So you know, I think build up is just kooky ESL. I don't know what that means. He means they should make the story better with each patch, writing wise, not stakes wise per se. Okay, I guess. Okay. Like Fast and Furious, Sean Hobb is a spinoff from original Fast and Furious. True. True. What is PRX? The heck? VCT what is Vietnamese? I don't. Oh, Valorant esports team. Okay, all right. That's
patch
great.
of the game. But I
Problem with Enfield also is that we can't jump around locations like in Arknights to flesh out the world instead of one region. Like we're kind of tied to Wu Ling, is what you mean? They jump around a lot in Arknights. I've heard about that. Yeah. It's just, you know, I think that also kind of gets to like I don't think you necessarily need that. Like I get how that can be interesting and it's used well in Arknights if it is, if you say it is, which I take your word for it. But like I was saying earlier, when it comes to world building and, you know, whether it be like Harry Potter or Lord of Mysteries, like sometimes world building is best if it's just given to you like as you need the information rather than like, you know, like a story, like I don't know. I feel like there's just this weird weird relationship with world building when it comes to gachas, and this whole discussion around Enfield. Because I think, dude, I really think the people that want to be critical, like want to criticize Enfield, have like latched on to this one response, which is that, you know, you need to wait to let them build up. And like I was saying, I said this earlier, it's like then the whole conversation becomes this back and forth between like the like you need to wait and let them build up crowd and the we should be allowed to criticize now crowd. And like literally like there's like zero, like if you want to talk about fruitful critique, there's like nothing being derived from any of that to me is useful at all. Like I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of like, you know, when someone asks like, can I ask a question? And you're like, yes, but you just did ask a question. It's like, that's to me what the whole, like, we should be allowed to criticize thing is. Like, we should be allowed to criticize. It's like, okay, go, you know, like no one is stopping you. No one is stopping you from doing that. You've been doing it. You've done it now. You will do it in the future. No one's stopping you.
personally also feel that even if we're in the appetizer of this game, I don't think the appetizer is tasting all that good to a lot of people. And that is something that we need to address. That is, okay, whatever, appetizer is done now. If the people have left because it was a bad menu, that's on the company. But hey, for the people who stayed, let's hope that the next few main dishes don't be, you know, as lackluster as the front. Upwards we go, and fast, because you hope that people can stay until the dessert actually ends off. Right?
Yeah, I feel like there's this sense of urgency that I just personally don't feel at all. Like, I feel like Enfield is just kind of like good, you know? Like, it's fine. Can I use some more game modes? Yes. It's not really like a game you like you log in every day to grind, but it kind of like as other gachas are, which maybe people want it to be more than that, you know? You want like your super replayable game mode. The thing is like after I've been playing a lot more like, you know, Night Rain and Souls games and stuff, and obviously play like Baldur's Gate 3 a lot, like it's going to take some work from devs to come up with like fundamental game design that will be replayable in the first place. I don't know, man. I want stories where Edmund is literally not there and somewhere else on the planet. The fact that we only have a few non-Edmund sections is not proof that we're never going to have them. Yeah, it is cool to get other POVs, I will say, I guess. I think, dude, what I wrote in that survey in the feedback section, the open feedback section, is that I said that I just wanted Enmin to be a more distinct character that is like fully voiced, basically. Like, I'm really tired of the whole self-insert thing, because I've also never understood the concept of a self-insert character, because I think that if I like have like daydream like fantasies about like, if I imagine myself in like the Lord of Mysteries world or something, it's not like that I replace Klein, the main character. You would imagine yourself, because the world is so full of life, you would imagine yourself as like your own person alongside all of the characters you love so much, you know? Like, I really just hate the idea of like blank self-inserts. Like, if the world is good, you can imagine yourself inside the world. If that's, you know, if that's what you want people to be able to do. I mean, that's kind of like the goal of fantasy or fiction a lot of the time anyway, so. Didn't we just have a main course dish for that epic battle in Wu Ling? Yeah, like that, the fight against Neferith was like main course, you know? That was like your main course. Like, that's the other thing about the whole like appetizer point, is that like we're kind of not really like having complete appetizers. Like that was like kind of, I guess, the payoff of the whole like Valley 4 arc, I guess. And that's the thing, is like, even I had criticism of I think the way the story is like presented is that this might just be a thing with gachas that is hard to overcome, but things just start to feel like disjointed, you know? And I didn't really feel like I got the conclusion. Like, I feel like there's more coming, you know, with Neferith and Artistry. I mean, there's obviously got to be more coming, but I feel like they kind of, the way they wrapped it up, it feels like the characters think it's wrapped up when like it's kind of seems like it's not. So maybe it's like by design, you know, because like Neferith was kind of vague posting a little bit. Artistry was vague posting a lot. So I guess there's got to be like more that was going to come out with them. Like it or not, I'm in maintenance mode right now for Enfield. In contrast, I actively try to clear OG Arcanines content like integrated strategies and even RA. They added a specific option to the story survey about the Endmin. Do you mean the Endmin lacking characterization? That's good. Yeah. Yeah. I think one thing that gachas struggle with is that, like, how do they balance being episodic in addition to having like overarching plot? So like when they're episodic, like every story quest will have like a beginning, middle, and end, you know? But it's hard, it's kind of weird. It kind of feels weird to have like a beginning, middle, and end like 6 or 7 times over the course of like an entire patch, you know what I mean? So like, because it felt like the whole thing with Neferith, like we got like an ending, like that was the end of like the Neferith arc or something, but like it just feels like there's so many. Maybe it's my problem that I feel like maybe I didn't know some things, but I feel like there were just things that we didn't know yet about Neferith, about like what was really, you know, like I still don't really know like what is their goal necessarily. Maybe I just forgot because like it's been so much time. The Nephi is just aura, though. It just looks cool with 0 narrative impact. One thing I know about Neferith is that she because she was vague posting a bit to like Enmin, like about kind of implying that maybe like her role was to be like slain or something like that. Because she kind of like says to Enman, at the end of Valley 4, she says like, you're not ready yet whenever he fails, he or she, they fail to like kind of like, what's it called? Trap her with the Iridium. And then she keeps saying stuff about like, you're going to take my heart. Can you take my heart this time? Kind of like it's like there's some sort of, I don't know. There's something weird going on there. There's an interview that the devs did about Artishir and Nephrith as antagonists. Good games don't just spawn; they need to be made to fit the game based on player experience. Enfield is still in the stage of feedback gathering. Yeah, there's an aspect to that. Yeah, true. I don't think that's the last we've seen of her, but it's just a feeling. I think the next patch is going to be really interesting because I want to see like where the story is going to go. I feel like I haven't even actually finished the 1.2, the like Fong Yi part of it, but I finished the Nephrith part, so I don't know, I feel like there's got to be more to it. It almost kind of feels like the characters themselves were kind of lulled into like thinking it's over when it's not, like maybe that's like by design, like they like that's what the writers are like trying to make you feel is like things are resolved, but like so you see the characters feeling as if things are resolved, but then there's like the dramatic irony because like as the player you feel that things are not resolved, but you're watching the players kind of pretend like acting like it is, and that's like dramatic irony. So you're kind of like waiting for the next thing to happen. Only watch Arknight's anime, what they did there sometimes is other villains pick up a torch of their fallen comrade and there'll be additional characterization. Arknight's anime is a failure to the story, TBH. In the interview, they specifically say that Enfield is a story of human versus nature kind of deal, so they were troubled about antagonists that could help them represent that, and Artishir came from it. That's interesting. That's interesting. That's also what I mean about when we're talking about the expectations of like how villains or evil is portrayed in the stories. Like if the like in Arknights, if the goal is to kind of, I mean, I've only heard and seen certain parts of it, but I know it tackles like those themes like racism, discrimination, etc., etc. And those are like, I don't know, very human, like evil, like it's like a human evil or something. So it makes more sense for the villains to like represent that, or for their stories to represent that. But if it's about like human, because it's about human versus nature, and it's also about, I know for sure it's about humanity, like how humanity can like band together to, I mean, that's part of human versus nature, like to like progress the civilization band, to work like cooperatively, to like what can humans do together that like one person can't do by themselves, that sort of thing, right? And like that's, maybe you're just not interested in that sort of theme, which is fine, but I've said this before, but I'm very curious what all the naysayers will think once we get to a stage where Enfield has everything they wanted. The reason that I don't think we'll ever get there is because a lot of times I hear criticisms, they're just like super vague. And so I don't know. I don't even know what they want. I don't know what they want. And like some things like the Supa talking about Arcane, right? Where I mean, I need to Hold up. Okay, here's a thread. Let me see this. Well, let me read this. Okay, this is like super long. All right. That wasn't what I thought. It was about something different than I thought, but yeah, it's kind of just like more gamer rage type stuff. I don't know. Yeah, the whole thing about like Arcane or whatever, like Arcane being a shell who just like follows Endman around and just does whatever they say. I feel like she's actually kind of like the opposite of that, and like her doing what she did was like literally the opposite of what Endman wanted her to do. So, you know. Sorry if this has been asked, but do you plan to try OG Arknights? I've tried it. I'm not really like a into the tower defense gameplay. My plan is I was gonna search and see if there was a place where I could just read the story like a book or something. Because like sometimes people like put together stuff like that. I might just end up doing that. I don't really get this dismissal as gamer rage. It's not dismissal. It's gamer rage is like a meme. It's just like, you know, it's like funny. You know what I mean? It's just like a meme. Like we all do it. Like it's like it's fun, you know? Like we all do it. In Arknight's Enfield, instead of Reunion, we have Neferith, which is literally not even a character, and Ardashir, which is just a vehicle for references to the OG game. Which is the only interesting thing Arknight's Enfield seems to be able to do. Like I was saying, dude, like if you're a developer, like what do you do with that sort of thing? Like, is that like the actionable critique that like is this meant to be actionable critique, or is it meant, you know what I'm saying? Like it's cool, like it's fine, that's your opinion or whatever, but I don't know, dog. No. I expressed what I said with Neferith. I feel like in a, you know, here's the thing about Neferith, right? There's the when they say she's not a character, I think I also felt feelings of like, you know, not really understanding Neferith or feel like she's not really being fleshed out. But when it comes to the intent behind her, I made examples of Lord of the Rings where, you know, when it comes to portraying evil or portraying like a villain, right? You don't need to necessarily like flesh out in this, because he makes that reference to Reunion, which like my understanding of Reunion is they're like the, you know, the Aripathy people who are discriminated against, and so they kind of band together because like they face a lot of discrimination, and so they're like fighting back, right? But they like take it too far because they're like violent and extreme. So that fits the story of Arknights. But if the story of Enfield is about humanity versus nature, if it's about the essence of like cooperation, you know, amongst humanity, like, you know, employee together strong, you know what I'm saying? Wage slave together strong. By all working together, they do more. Like, it's not a story of like the Endmen just like aura farming and like doing everything. Maybe it becomes that. There are moments like that, maybe, where like the Endmen's like screaming and kind of like stuff is happening, but you know, there's a lot of moments where like they are not enough and they need to depend on other people. Case in point is like the Arcane thing, where there was that clash of ideology, you know, like use people as tools versus like these like, well, I want to work together with these people to like strive together in like a better way, not just viewing them as tools or as like weapons or whatever. And then, you know, because they fail, Arcane's ideology wins out, and then she goes against Endman and does that thing. So when it comes to like Nefereth and the idea of like villainy, you know, you could say like, what does Nefereth represent? And I don't know, I've expressed like when it comes to Nefereth, I'm thinking, you know, she takes control of the Bone Crushers. She seeks to like kind of destroy. She kind of is this like force of destruction that the forces of like when it comes to the Civilization Band are like striving against. If it's humanity versus nature, what's even the point of the cartoonishly evil drug addicts? I think we talked about this before. And again, I'm not going to address this again. Well, actually, I'll do it because it's fun to have a conversation about it. Like, those people are like the orcs from Lord of the Rings, right? Like, what Tolkien says about the orcs, like, he doesn't really get into it, but like, he doesn't need to get into it. They are like they're like corrupted forces of evil. I think some of the first orcs were like elves that were like corrupted by Morgoth, which was like the first like highest dark lord, you know. And then like he talks about how like the orcs like multiplied, and like it's like vague, but like that's kind of what they are. That's like what the service that they're there for, you know. They're like the hordes. You know what I mean? This kind of like chomping horde of like destruction that is like at the gates, you know, like barbarians at the gates, I guess. But I mean, that's kind of like a not necessarily like historically accurate term, but like, you know. Your analysis of Arcane versus Endman can be used to describe Rhodes versus Reunion? Really? Sorry, let me go back and read. I missed some stuff. If you want to see Arknight's story, search Shoal. He has the entire story playlist on his channel. Okay. All right. Nefereth has a lot more subtle characterization. Things like her demeanor and her actions. I'm not saying she's deep, but she's not like a cardboard cutout. I feel like there's some sort of mystery with Nefereth, which is like if they like never bring up Nefereth again, I'll be pretty unsatisfied. And I've said that like when it comes to our interactions with Nefereth, I felt pretty unsatisfied, and I feel like they're relying on a lot of like vague posting when it comes to interacting with the villains, you know. They're not really like just saying like this is my like, this is my ideology and these are my goals. You know what I mean? They're kind of like being vague about it. Hearing about Arknights having orcs from Lord of the Rings is already a phrase I never want to hear. That's such a diminishing point to Enfield. Okay, what is your understanding of the orcs from Lord of the Rings? Because you don't understand the orcs are not meant to be like characterized. Like the orcs are like, hold on. J.R.R. Tolkien depicted orcs not as intrinsically evil creatures, but as tragic, ruined beings. Bred by the Dark Lord through torture and corruption, they served out of fear, loathed their masters, and lacked true culture or language. Okay, we're going to read all of this. Tolkien explores how Melkor created the orcs as a mockery of the elves, emphasizing that evil cannot create life, only corrupt and twist what already exists. This is actually a very core thing, that evil cannot create, evil can only destroy. That's another thing, that's another core part of like Tolkien's like depiction of evil. So like, you know, when it comes to the orcs, this is how he depicts evil as well. Like, not even just through their creation, but through like all of their actions. The orcs are, they're incapable of true culture or language. They cannot create. They can only destroy, right? And this is not like, you're not supposed to look at the orcs individually. You're supposed to look at like, this is like what the author is trying to convey about the essence of evil. And this like evil exists within us. That is what he's trying to say. This is like Tolkien, you know, fought in the trenches of World War I. He fought in the Battle of the Somme. You know, he saw some of the worst aspects of humanity. And like he understands that like this evil exists within all of us. This, you know, how like it's easy to destroy. It's easy to like, you know, kill and destroy and burn. It's hard to like create lasting, you know, structural, whether it be like, you know, political governments or movements or, you know, things and people. I mean, it's easy to burn a building down. It's hard to build a building, you know? It's easy to drop some bombs. It's hard to like build a community. Anyway. I mean, yeah, the Agaloy kind of fill the same purpose, but... And I think the Bone Crushers have some stuff to them too, like, it might even be more accurate to compare the orcs to the Agaloy, or to the Agaloy, because like, I think the Bone Crushers have something about, you know, some sort of like hatred or whatever, I don't know. I didn't read about it yet. Individual orcs can be great characters though. I mean, there's not really individual orcs that get any like time to shine. To the orcs point, I'm saying it diminishes the Arcanite's IP because of how layered and intricate all enemy factions are, minus perhaps this. Okay, it doesn't diminish the Arcanite's IP. Okay, like I feel like there's some weird glazing of the Arcanite's IP. Like just so you know, like Lord of the Rings and like Tolkien's writing is like generational. Like it's like existed for like over 100 years and like it will exist for like hundreds more years. Like these, you know, if you can't engage with like what's being said, then I don't know what to tell you. Like it's I don't know what to tell you. Like understand that they represent something. They're not going to sit there and be like, this is our morality and like these are my beliefs, you know? Like that's fine to do that in a story with like your factions or your characters. That is not, I think that was not the intent with them. The intent was to portray like aspects of evil so that we can understand what evil is and what it looks like. Landbreakers have lore of their own. If you read the files, the whole symbols and stuff. Yeah, I have to look into it. It's a one guy moment. Okay, let me read a few more things. For the orcs had life and multiplied after the manner of the children of Iluvatar, and not that it had life of its own, nor semblance of life, could ever Melkor make since his rebellion. And deep in their dark horts, the orcs loathe the master whom they've served in fear, the maker only of their misery. Think about that for a sec. But since they are servants of the dark power, neither of whom could or would produce living things, they must be corruptions. Anyway. Here's another thing. In his private letters, Tolkien reflects on the moral imperative for elves and men not to descend to the orcs' level of cruelty. If any orcs surrendered and asked for mercy, they must be granted it, even at a cost. This was the teaching of the wise. You see? You understand? You understand how the orcs are used to portray like morality and good and evil and stuff like that? Even though like they're not like, you know, sitting there like, oh, like we're orcs, we're discriminated against, you know, like that's not the point of it. That's not the point of it. They're not like, yeah, it's just, you know, and I think, you know, like I said with Neferith, I hope that we learn more about her. I honestly hope that she's not like dead and gone. Honestly, not like in a you know, bring her back sort of way, but in like a, you know, I feel like we haven't learned or hasn't been explored yet. Can anyone or if anyone can explain to me who maybe understood it better, but like Neferith just said all these weird things, like almost like implying like she understood she was going to get killed or destroyed, you know? So I don't know if there's like some time shenanigans or some like predicting, like some like, you know, future sight shenanigans or something going on. Her database has stated her story is not ended. Okay. I don't think that it is. I think that feeling that I was feeling might have been dramatic irony because the characters seem very sure that things are over in a way, or that things are like kind of resolving. But I feel like it's not, excuse me, not resolved.
Hopefully, players can sit through the entirety of this Uling arc, feel that it's a really, really good end towards it, and be able to be excited for the next 5-course meal when we go to the next region of this game. So that's the thing that I think Enfield really needs to work on. In any case, that's my view. Can you criticize this game? Yes. Know how to criticize fairly. I think that's just what's very important. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, we'll be tapping into the 1.2 review to see if we hear critique instead of just like, I liked this, I didn't like that, this was bad, this was good, you know. We'll see what happens. Can you read a note from Enfield that I pasted in the Discord talking about the Landbreakers? Where did you post it? In general? Oh, you just like copy pasted it or something? Okay. What about the Landbreakers? What do they believe in? How did they grow up to become these raiders? My mother does not speak. Silently, she consumes Originium to raise us. Her lifeblood courses throughout the valley. She nourishes us so that we may excavate flesh and blood of mineral ore, cast and forge bones of steel, and fill our souls with courage and a desire to build a better future. Our mother taught us to swing our fists at the unforgiving frontiers and carve our names upon the lands of darkness. But what about the Landbreakers? Who is their mother? Is she the shattered wildlands filled with nothing but suffering? Are the LBs long-lost children separated from our mother? Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of still saying like, yeah, what's, yeah. Read the comments from the video. Don't read the comments on that video. Yeah. Yeah. Nefertith can manipulate ether and the blight, right? So she's probably not dead, even though she fell into the tide. That's what I felt like. That's what I thought when I saw that. Yeah, so yeah, bone crushers are separate from like the land bread. The bone crushers are like the bad ones. Supa, try not to turn a valid point into an incendiary take to farm engagement challenge. Difficulty impossible. Well, I don't know. What's in the comments? The comments kind of show what Kookie's vids do to the community. This is a good comment. No MC Glaze. About the views thing on the EN one, it's actually inverse for the JP channel, where the 1.2 stream had more views than the launch one. Wow. We need to criticize properly. Couldn't agree more. Most of what I see online isn't that. Instead, it's the usual pseudo-intellectual hive mind whining. I mean, that's... Yeah, but... Oh, wait, that's you. Wait a sec. Wait a sec. We know him. We know you. All right, forget about it. Wait, we know that person too. Well, Nipwink, when you said if you guys have that kind of opinion, you really don't give a shit about how the company is doing. Well, they really don't care how she is doing. And frankly, I do think it's the wrong mindset to give feedback. As players, shouldn't have to stress ourselves about the finances or the nitty gritty of running the business. This isn't a group community project. Companies are our friends. Whether they make it a profit or whether players are leaving is not something we're responsible for. I don't know. I don't know, dude. No, I won't endorse this, but read the replies under Kookie's pinned comment. I think I actually read some of these before. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, bro. I don't know. We're doing Streamception? I don't know. What is that? One of them is just a video script. This one? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Bro, my one takeaway is just when it like critique is much harder than just like making criticisms, and I think people overestimate the value of their criticisms because like we all kind of overestimate the value of our own like feelings and opinions on things. And so, you know, if we say I didn't like this, I don't like these side quests, but then like in our minds, is that actionable for the developers? Or, you know, like when you're kind of also just shitting on the developers. I think my mouse just died. This is embarrassing. Like we're also just kind of shitting on the developers. I don't know, dude. Like this whole back and forth is exhausting where it's give us a why, it's that simple. Yeah. I think we see more of the negatives than the positives of Enfield in discussions. Yeah, like I really because dude, there's this weird like perception disconnect, right? Where it's like we're complaining like, you know, like this super tweet. It's like you're only allowed to criticize Enfield 2 years from now when in version 2.4 when the game is finally good. But it's like, how many people are really saying this? This is kind of just like cherry picking, you know? Like maybe some people, I don't know if people are, I mean, first of all, that's like a straw man of whatever the actual point is, but, and it's like a joke. This is like rage baiting, right? Like this is, that's why like I don't really talk about this because it's like, when I said it's gamer rage, it's just like for fun, you know? It's just like gamer raging for fun, which is like, it is fun, it is fun. But there's not really much point to like talking about it because like it's just gamer rage. You know what I'm saying? It's not just about the story, which fair enough since it's entirely different mediums. In all aspects, this game feels like it's being handled by first-time developers with some of the baffling decisions in here. For example, why was 1.1 chosen as the filler patch? We thought 1.1 of all patches was a good idea to be a filler patch. Why did it take this long for a factory event? Why are most events pure filler and chores? Like, is this actionable? Is this like... Like, dude, just download Sekiro. I feel like all of these people would just be happier if they just like downloaded Sekiro and Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring and they just played those games. Honestly. Because that's what I do and I'm happy. Because I'm super happy and I just do that. So, like, I'm not, like, when I get a cooking event, I'm not concerned. Because you know what happens? I click the button, I turn in my food, I get my aura barrels, and then when I'm done, like when I feel satisfied with my time on Enfield, I log off and I play some Night Rain. Because I'm going to get depth 5, by the way. Because I will be getting depth 5. And then after that, I will be getting 9999. So... You can say, I don't like this. The phrase is not banned. However, it's taboo as critique. I mean, you can even start off by being like, you know, I'm not like a professional critic. Like, I'm not the fucking guy. Like, I don't want to be the guy who's in the position where I'm like, guys, I don't have to be the one who's like, guys, I think we should like slow down a bit. Like, I don't think this is actual critique. I think this is just criticism masquerading as critique, you know? But shouldn't be like my job to say that, but I just feel like that's where we are. And like there's this effect also where I think people think like, you know, I mean, I feel it too, like you give feedback so developers can see it. But I think when you like imagine, okay, so like I think also like in the development process, they have like QA testers, they do like internal testing, they have like groups, like focus groups or whatever they might test. So developers will like test the game, you know, in as it's in development. And I think if one of their like testers went to them and told them this, in all aspects, this game feels like it's being handled by first time developers, I feel like that person would like not be invited back to ever work on the game again, you know? Because like you can give like you're supposed to give feedback on the things, but you're not supposed to like I mean, free world, like you should talk how you want to talk and say whatever you want to say. But if truly your goal is to like have the developers hear you and have actionable feedback to change the game, I mean, I'm talking from like what that Maximilian guy said, and like he's someone who's worked with developers and talked to them, and like developers have said that when people speak like that and give feedback like that, it's mostly just kind of brushed off. They're just kind of like whatever, you know. I want to look at feedback that is like more relevant, you know. It's kind of funny just watching the mouse move. Is that what it looks like on y'all screen? Should be charged enough. I don't like leaving just like a weird like blurry screen, but hold on, I'm gonna get back into Arc Knights and then you guys can look at like Rossi idle animations or something. No way, man. You're telling me a visual novel is fundamentally different events than a 3D game? Like, cause like it's this other thing, right? This why was 1.1 chosen as the filler patch? I mean, who dictated that it was a filler patch, right? Why was it necessarily a filler patch? You know, because it didn't like drive the main plot or something. But how does that make it a filler patch? Like in Lord of Mysteries, like when I talked about the little like side quest Klein had to do to like stop the little haunting. I mean, you could say that's filler because it didn't directly contribute to the plot of the overall like bad guy and like Klein's mission to like go home or whatever. But it contributes in the sense where like you learn about the world and you have like an enjoyable time and you grapple with some like interesting themes and ideas, you know, like that's what storytelling is meant for. But 1.1 is like the filler patch, which is like also just like an opinionated thing, right? It's an opinionated thing passed off as fact, which is like, you know, I'm just like so unbothered even by the idea of like a filler patch. Like even if it is filler, I'm just like personally unbothered by such a thing. Like I don't know, I'm just not bothered by it. Like I don't know, dude. Suba's assumption that 1.1 is meant to be a big follow-up after launch is baffling. Sniff any percent run go. True. Base. 1.1 is a filler patch. Who decides that? The story's not interesting. Who decided that? I'm the one to decide. Switch to Pengmin. I'm not a female Endmin player. I actually like the male Endmin. I like Mendmin. Arknights has quote unquote Arknights has 80% meaningful story events. Those are not events though, those are side stories. They're basically what the main story expansions are in Enfield. Events would be CC Polyvision. Knowing more about the world is filler these days. I think that's the other thing that, like, when we talk about, you know, how do I put this? Let me think. I mean, even this statement, like, why did it take this long for a factory event, is just so, like, I can't imagine a developer seeing that and being like, taking this super seriously, you know what I'm saying? Because it just comes across as like very bitter, you know? Why did it take this long to have a factory event? Sorry, mom. Sorry, dad. Don't fucking beat me with the belt. Like, I'm sorry, you know? But we did it. It's like, you know, if they're like, go like wash the dishes or something, and then you wait 3 hours and then you get like beaten because like you should have done this 3 hours ago, but it's like, but I did it, you know? But like I did the chores. But then you get beaten anyway. Relatable? Anybody else? I don't know. That stuff like that is just like unserious. Like stuff like that just kind of comes across as like just bitterness. Like, it's fine to be bitter. I mean, it's very human, I guess. Like that's what it's all about. It's a human experience. You can be bitter. There's no problem with that. But you know, in some way, it is interesting that the only interesting setup and premises everyone keeps talking about are nothing related to the new characters or the new regions or new world building, but promises the game would return to the OG's lore. Like, this is just like, it's just so extremely subjective that I don't even. And it's also like, by the way, the other reason when I just say like, I just don't like this, a lot of the mainstream conversations with Enfield, like, let's say they're on this plane, right? They're up here. I'm operating like here, you know? Like, I'm like the way that I think about like storytelling and like my experience with these games and all that stuff, it's like, I just feel like it's just not fundamentally similar at all to the way that people like talk about it, you know? Because like, even just boiling down Enfield, or like when you watch a story, right? Like we watch Tong Tong's story, boiling it down to like all it is, it's like it's only world building, it's all build up. Like there's going to be some big moment or something later on where it's all going to pay off. It's all just world building. Like that is just such like a depressing way to engage with art, like at all.
Is there something I missed?
You know what I mean? Because, you know, when we talked about the Tong Tong story and we talked about Tong Tong's brother, what was his name? Ron Yi. So like when we talked about, you know, what was the takeaway from that story? What was the experience? What was the experience of that story? I mean, Ron Yi is a character that experienced this like tragedy in the past and couldn't let go of those feelings and move forward into the future, right? Tong Tong is someone that is able to let go of that stuff, and she's still obviously like affected by it and it affects her, but it doesn't stop her from like moving forward into the future, right? From like building new relationships with like Mifu and Fong Yi and like the Wu Ling side. And like also because it's for the good of her community and for her people to move forward instead of living in the past and kind of like self-destructing, right? And this is a very, very like kind of like beautiful takeaway that many people in life can learn from that. They can take something away from that, right? But it's just so depressing when, you know, we look at like it's a filler patch because, you know, Ardashir wasn't in there, you know, like Neferith didn't like blow something up, or like I don't know what they want to know, like some massive like, you know, they want some lore dump, they want to like learn about the history of this or that, they want to, you know, learn about the motivations of this or whatever. Like they just didn't learn what they wanted to learn at the end of the day. But it's just so depressing to me. It's just so like, it's just like, I just don't want to operate on that wavelength where it's like everything is either build up or it's payoff. It's either like, you know, filler or it's like good. I don't know, dude. Like I like that. I like analyzing that story from that perspective. Like when Ron Yi was like, you know, Ardashir was literally even telling him like, what you're doing is not productive. What you should do is channel this feeling into like productive action. And Ron Yi literally says like, I can't do that. Like, I can't do that, bro. I'm too basically like too caught up on this. Right? Is there not something like beautiful about that message or that story or watching that? There's not something you can take away from the fact that you see how like Ron Yi's self-destruction affects the people that he loves, which is like Tong Tong, and how Tong Tong like just wanted him to move forward in life and to like, you know, move forward with her for like their people, but he's unable to, and like how that affects her, you know, like, I don't know, dog. I don't know. It's just weird. It's just like reductionist. It's just weird. It's super weird. Depressing. It took a long time to give us a factory event due to them wanting to know how we feel about factory. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we don't even know. It could have been planned from the beginning. We don't know anything. Like, I promise you that if the factory event had been in 1.0, like we'd still be hearing the exact same like gamer rage, you know what I mean? Like it wouldn't change anything, probably, most likely. Mad Woman. 1.1 also set up the main crux of the conflict between the Stockade and Wu Ling, as well as the source of their enmity. And well, so remember when the core theme of Enfield is this idea of like humanity versus nature. The idea of, I'm gonna keep saying it so that people like understand, but the idea that like, you know, together we are stronger and can do more than we can if we are divided. You know, one person cannot solve everything. We need to all work together and like combine our strength. And just like how real humanity is, like in real, like, you know, with real humans, one person alone might not be able to do much, but as a group, as a society, we're able to like build all of this amazing stuff, you know? And so when the core theme is that, it kind of makes sense to have this conflict where you have these two factions in Wu Ling where like they're hung up on this past grievance. And you can tell through Tong Tong, like what kind of should be done is not like just forget about it, because like those are tragedies and you lost your loved ones and things like that. And like, that's hard, but to understand that, you know, you have to keep moving forward, right? Like when we watch when you watch Rocky movies, how hard can you get hit and get up and keep moving forward, you know? Like, and then like to understand that, like, you know, even though those things happened, we have to move forward as a people. We have to combine with Wu Ling. Like, you know, that's how we become stronger. It's how we save our people. It's for the best, you know, to understand that those people of Wu Ling don't actually like have like enmity against you. Like they don't want to like kill you, you know? But even with Ron Yi, it's like, I think he understood that. He just like couldn't let go of this grudge. So Ron Yi's inability to let go of hate while also realizing he's making a mistake really made him feel human to me for some reason. Oh yeah, dude, absolutely. That it's super, because like something you'll hear that I talk about too a lot is like humans are naturally contradictory creatures, like super contradictory, you know, and you can know that what you're doing is not necessarily right. I mean, like when you doom scroll on social media for 2 hours straight, like you know that's not good for you, right? But there are things in your psychology or in your brain. There's like some inclination that you have to where, you know, you just like it, you do it anyway. So sorry. I don't know, dude. And so like, you know, that's why I like having like we get on, we kind of like chop it up and we have these conversations about the story, whatever. Like this is fun to me. Like this is kind of like, I don't want to be like, this is critique, this is like true critique. Well, it's not like really close to a true critique, but this is like, I feel like more closer to at least analyzing the story than some of this, you know? And I think the only part that made me want to talk about this is that I just feel like there's this like wild misconception that like this Twitter thread, this is critique, right? This is critique. This is going to make the game better by like calling all this stuff out. I don't think it does. Like, I don't think it does. I don't think I don't think from what I've read about developers, I don't think they care for this sort of thing. I think that only the people that like agree with this sentiment are going to like this. This is like cathartic. This is like cathartic gamer rage, which like I also partake in, for example, with like Bungie games because it's fun sometimes. But like, I don't pretend, you know, I don't fucking pretend like I'm a Destiny fan anymore or something. I don't know. I don't pretend like this is critique, you know? And it's probably because we live in hell. I mean, obviously this isn't going to change anything. Like this stream isn't going to change anything. And we live in hell. We've all died and gone to hell, and this is where we are. And we're just going to have to continue hearing the same slop criticism from people who think it's critique when it's not. And they think they're like saving the game, and they're not. So that's where we are. That's where we are now. Speaking of Bungie, 07D2.
The smell of dirt, foul beast, and the end means.
We extract all that about Ron Yi, Tong Squared, and Chingbo Stockade without having to learn about Ron Yi's backstory, by the way. I mean, we did learn about the backstory. I mean, the backstory is kind of like intrinsic to that because it's part of like why he was bitter in the first place. But it wasn't like, you know, it wasn't like just the backstory, right? It wasn't like just the backstory that was fed to us. But yeah, I know what you're talking. I know what you mean. Sorry, let me catch up. I'm having to reply to some stuff. Sorry. That spite between Qingbo and Wu Ling was caused by nature itself because the blight caused the famine that made the divide happen and ended up causing the tragedy. Wow, that's actually okay. That's pretty cool. I didn't even connect that, but yeah, yeah. And I'm not going to. I'm not going to keep hearing how much you hate it for what it isn't. Excuse me. When 1.3 drops and going forward, yeah. I left Ron Yi straight up going, I've held on to this hatred for too long. I can't let it go now. Like, he knows it's illogical, but he can't help himself. Dude, you know what's crazy, actually? That's another thing. That ties into another concept that's really interesting, which is, we've talked about it before, but like habitual thinking. This is what I learned this from like Healthy Gamer Dr. K, but it's this concept of like Vasana and like Indian yogi stuff, spiritual stuff. Basically like habitual thinking, like the more that you hold on to thoughts and you kind of cycle through them over and over and over again, they like those thoughts, like you kind of make those thoughts real. Because there's this idea that like your thoughts aren't necessarily real, but you reinforce them over and over and over again and it becomes real to you. So he's held on to these thoughts for so long, over and over and over and over again, this hatred, to where it's like become a part of him that he like can't let go of it, even though you can know logically it doesn't make sense. But it's just become so ingrained that like it's like programming. Like you've programmed your brain to work a certain way. And yeah. There are many times when I feel that what I see on the screen doesn't properly represent the stakes or the emotions that I should be feeling. Like ZF closing the rift alone when it's actually easy. Yeah, I do think presentation has always been the hardest hurdle for these 3D games, like 3D gacha games. It's really hard to like present things well, Even if like, dude, even if you like open up something like Baldur's Gate 3, in terms of like cutscene presentation, I mean it's good, but I don't know. They don't like have these like long like set piece cutscenes. That's not really the point of it. I don't even know. I don't know what I was cooking up with that comparison. You see that 1.3 preview is going to be at different times for global and CNJP. Yeah, I did see that. And I saw some people were like, pretty much everyone is pissed about that. But that's another thing where I just don't really care. I don't know. Like maybe I don't understand. Like why is that upsetting? Does anyone know like why that's upsetting? Because I just like don't give a fuck. Like okay, like it was probably going to happen at like 2 a.m. in the morning anyway. Like I wasn't going to watch it until the next day anyway. Like I don't know. Like I don't know. I just like can't bring myself to care. Meant that what players complained about 1.1 story was not getting to learn more about Ron Yi. Yeah, I think because I think I remember now what you're kind of referring to. It's because I think that what people felt was that like a lot of people's relationships with like characters dying in stories is that like it's only good if it like makes me sad or makes me feel something when a character dies, but like, oh, I didn't spend enough time, I wasn't invested, I didn't know him enough, I didn't like him enough, so when he died I didn't feel anything. And it's like you're kind of missing the point, I guess, but it's like the like the JJK model of like make you love a character and then kill them and then you feel really sad and like there's stakes and like like I don't know. He was more of a stand-in for the resentful part of the stockade, yeah. It's like a 4-hour difference. Is that like a... Because by the time the global stream happens, everyone will know the details from the CN one. That's basically it. But like, why is that a bad... Like, why does that matter? I mean, I feel like the people that just like really care and want to know will... Like, they'll maybe look at the CN one or something, or they'll look at like posts in the CN one. But I don't feel like I need to know like the minute. I guess maybe I'm a bad content creator, but like I don't feel like I need to know all the details like the second it comes out. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, that's just my personal feeling. I just really can't bring myself to like care that much about like a few hour difference. You wouldn't understand why people are pissed off at that kind of thing if you're a reasonable human being. I don't know if those people making critiques actually think they're saving the game. People really passionate about something see both good and bad. The good parts from them ring hollow. Yeah, I think you can kind of tell when like it's kind of like performative, like, oh, there are some things I like. Like, I think Tobro did that in his video where he was like, I want to first share all the good things I thought. The music and the visuals were good. Anyway, everything else was completely shit. And so it's like, oh, like, okay, so you just like, you're just a kind of like a hater, I guess. Like, you just kind of hate it. Yeah. I don't know, dude. I've talked about my criticisms of like maybe the Nephrith storyline so far. I have to see, you have to kind of see how the next story plays out before I can really say for sure how I feel about Nephrith. And Ardashir so far. I really do actually think though that like when a new player starts the game a year from now and they watch like the entire story in like one continuous segment, I feel like it's just so much better, honestly, than having to like get a chunk of it and then wait, and then I get a chunk of it and then wait, you know, like 2 months. And then, you know. For us on the other side of the world, there'll be like 4 hours where we can get spoiled, I guess. Innate compassion is dead. We need to be spoon-fed backstory now. Yeah, I don't know. This is precisely why I never watch any show until it's finished. I hate being drip-fed stories. Yeah, because I feel like if you, dude, like going, not knowing what's coming after this part of Wu Ling has me a bit like where is it going to go? Because it felt like a lot of things were kind of resolved, but it can't be like resolved, right? Unless it just is, you know, but I just don't see that being the case like at all. Yeah, I think the thing about the whole like I give my criticisms and game company listens to criticisms and improves game. It's kind of like the Joseph Anderson effect from like the Elden Ring or like Dark Souls critique videos or something, where like there's this impression that I give all these criticisms and company, like if they would just listen to me, they would like learn how to make a better game. Like I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, like this thing, like OG Arknights. Yes, story-wise, OG Arknights was vastly superior at launch. Yes, the writing itself was complete ass, but it had far more interesting villains, conflicts, and moral questions it asked you. Like, this is like subjective opinion parading as like objective critique. You know what I'm saying? That's just kind of how it is. I don't really know any other way to like read that or say that. But like I find the Ron Yi thing, like, because of like my personal life experience and the stories that like I'm very interested in and the kind of like spiritual stuff that I'm very interested in, I find that Ron Yi like kind of like not being able to let go of hatred and move forward analysis. Like, I find that very compelling to me, and that's just how it is. That's just how it is. Maybe you don't, like, maybe you don't also, like, didn't know that that's even what was going on because you didn't, like, do the analysis or whatever, but, you know, it is what it is. Artist year is still large. Of course, it's not over. Plus, Pheromone Proxy is coming to Wuling. We're not gonna have anything about that. Yeah, like there's got to be more stuff going on. Yeah, probably deal with a northern Wuling exclusion zone. It's also just wrong. The first couple of Arknights villains were basic as hell. I mean, like if the moral question was like racism and discrimination, you know, which like I played the intro to Arknights, and like I guess the issue is like, you know, when you're being like, when you like, you know, what it like, you know, at what point is kind of like a violent uprising justified or something like that.
Cozy up with gravity!
Oops. I think the point most people make is, why did HG not make it a better beginning story than Arknights? Well, are you like, when you say why, is it like to like do the critical analysis and kind of break down like where the story failed and where it succeeded and what the intent was and like what the message was, and like is it like, is that what you mean by why, or is it like why didn't HG just learn from the past 7 years? LOL. It's easy actually. Why didn't you just learn the lesson, bro? Because like, if I'm a developer and I hear that, it's like, I'm not listening to you. Like, I'm sorry, bro. Like, I'm just not listening to you. Like, I just don't care. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, I don't know how else to say that. Like, it's just, I don't care about that sort of thing. And it comes across as just like very bitter and just very like kind of like angry and like gamer rage. Like, why wasn't it better? You should have learned the lesson. Like, it's like a disappointed, like an angry parent or a disappointed parent or something. It's like, I don't fuck with that. Like, I don't know. It is what it is. We have what we have. Like, sorry. The live service formula ain't broke. Don't fix it. They literally can't scrap years of backlog pre-release. Yeah. Yeah. It's like they should have known they needed a better story direction in the beginning, I guess. I mean, shoulda, woulda, coulda, I suppose. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. I mean, make a game. Like, make a game. Like, it's hard. I don't know. Like, I'm sure it's hard. They messed up. They didn't deliver the best story for Valley 4. You know? Okay. Got it. That's cool. You're upset by that? That's your right. But I just like, it's not in the realm of like productive criticism. It's not like this is our fruitful critique that we need to learn how to have this conversation about the game. Because like, y'all don't know how to have conversations about the game, but I know how to have conversations about, like, you know, it's just whatever. Whatever, bro. Whatever, bro. Why didn't HG just introduce us to a new world, new cast, teach us mechanics, while also telling a complete, deep, thematically rich story? So here's the thing, Freezy. Here's the thing. It's like, I'm not even of the opinion that, like, you know, how do you put this? It's like they could have, like when I talked about the whole Lord of Mysteries thing, like that example that I used about the businessman with the minor haunting, like that occurs at like very early in the story, you know? And I don't know, like there's like lots of chapters like that. That's honestly like pretty deep into the story, I guess, relatively, because there's lots of chapters of like getting to know Klein and stuff, and before he even becomes a Beyonder and all that. But like you can have like a satisfying story, I guess, but while introducing that stuff, I don't know. It's like I'm not even of the opinion that like, you know, Valley 4 was like the best, or like I don't know, man. It's just like the discourse. It's just like, it's just too much sometimes. Like that's what I meant. Where it's like I operate like down here and everyone else is like up here. I'm just like, it's not interesting. I'll say that. Like that, I think that's the best way for me to put it. Like, it's just not interesting to me at all. Like maybe to some people it is, but like to kind of complain about like, why didn't, like, they had 7 years, they should have done better. Why didn't we get this event sooner? You know, this stuff is bad. This one was better. Like, it's just not interesting to me, like, at all. Like, I don't know. Like, maybe it is to some people. That's just my personal thing. It's just boring. It's just boring. It's boring and it's weird. And I don't, like, it doesn't interest me. And I don't feel compelled to talk about it. Unless we're just kind of like chopping it up, you know, like in the stream, but I mean, like, I don't feel compelled to talk about it. Like, this is my like analysis of Enfield, or like, this is how I feel about Enfield. Just make it good. Yeah. Dude, that's kind of what was like said at the end. It was like, we need to go up and fast. And it's like, okay, like, no, the company was planning on tanking and then going up, like a little bit of like a sine wave action. Like that was kind of that was the plan. But I'm glad that you said that. And now now that we get it, that we need to go up and fast. Yes. I know how to have conversations about the game, but we're not going to do that now. It's exhausting. Yeah. Valley 4 feels like the beta and Wuling feels like the game. The honest interpretation, if we're talking about like, if we want to be like armchair developers and look at like the development of process of Enfield, like Valley 4 probably was like the first thing they made like 5 years ago, and then has gone through like several like rewrites and like story rewrites and phases of development and stuff like that, to the point where, you know, it just ended up being what it was. And like the thing is, for what it was, like I do remember like just kind of enjoying this like immersive introduction to like the world, I guess. Was like, it was okay. Like it did the job for me, but yeah, personally you enjoyed Valley 4. Felt that it was a great way to set up the scene for pioneering in a post-apocalyptic world, or like on the frontier, right? Not necessarily post-apocalyptic, but like on the frontier, you know? Yeah. Yeah. And like the environment of Valley 4, yeah, like the gameplay and stuff I enjoyed, so. Instead of focusing on why isn't the story better, it's better to wait and see how it improves. Like if you like OG Arknights and have trust in the devs. Yeah. You personally like analysis of why it's bad and why others are good. Like I trust the devs and I know it will get better. Like Enfield main story is decent, but the secondary missions are indeed kind of lame. So I'd like to understand why I feel that way. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's not, yeah, like most side missions in gachas in general are like, I don't really care about them that much.
Endman's catching some rest. Long-distance hauls can get really tiring. Let's keep it down and give the Endman some quiet time to unwind.
I don't know if you saw a comment earlier, but it's like the whole argument hinges on the idea that Enfield is like bearing down on the iceberg and failing fast and it's going to die tomorrow if they don't turn it around now. And that's just detached from reality. Yeah, there's like this urgency that I don't know if how realistic it is. Yeah, it's like the first town in an RPG, yeah. That's true. It's actually mentioned how they changed how the story started. There are facts on that. Yeah, there's like all sorts of cuts and stuff. 1.2 bits was literally in the trailer at launch. I'm still confused that nobody notices that this storyline is actually still 1.0. Feedback takes time. Yeah, like a lot of this content was already made, you know? Like this content was already made a long time ago. Like the storyline was written and stuff. Someone replied in this like quit having fun meme. It's kind of yeah. Yeah. That's why I bring it up. Why most side missions and gotchas feel like whatever when blind secondary missions can be really entertaining. Yeah. I mean, maybe it has to do with like the presentation. Maybe it's like the voice acting. Maybe it's because they're NPCs. Like maybe if they were, you know, maybe if they were like playable characters involved, you'd feel more invested in like seeing them through. But I don't know, dude. Like writing is just such a superior, like writing is just such a, I mean, like novels are such like a great medium that maybe it's like my own, like when it comes to myself, like I think I'm also impatient when it comes to gotcha, like side quests and stuff. Like I need to like sit down and like kind of like read what the characters are saying sometimes, but sometimes I do and I just like don't get interested and then I end up skipping it. So anyway, and we can assume things like up to 2.0 is already in the works and no room for much change. I mean, they can probably be like, I don't know anything about the like development. They could maybe be like flexible with some things. Like it's possible that contingency contract was a response to people saying like there's no difficulty. So they were like, let's, you know, maybe they were working on it and they were like, let's shift some resources and like bring it up faster or something. I don't know. I have no idea. Just like speculation. It's just, yeah, like I think the biggest, one of the big things too is like I think one of the biggest kind of like funniest, maybe ironic points to me is that like hold on, I'm getting a phone call. Um I don't know, the irony is just that there seems to be a lot of like hurt feelings over being criticized for criticizing, while also like kind of the thesis being that like why can't people just stomach criticism, because this criticism will like make you better, you know. You know. Martina NPC, I haven't done that quest yet, but I've heard good things about it. Enfield's your first gacha in years. You're honestly really impressed with it, dude. I just think as a gacha game, Enfield is like pretty high quality. And kind of the nature of this genre is like it's never been the kind of game where it's like, I mean, we've talked about it before. It's like the content treadmill model, all this stuff. I don't know. I'm just like not really bothered. It's like not super bothered by it anymore. Like, I'll keep asking, you know, I'll keep asking them for them like to come up with some ideas for replayable content. I'm not gonna like give up, but I'm not gonna like, I don't know, I'm not gonna like gamer rage over it. I don't know. Yep. Just crazy. Just crazy that, you know, just how nonsensical it all feels. That's basically it. Will have replayable content sooner or later? There's no way they'll let this game exist without one forever. Yeah, I'm because like based on what people say about Arc Knights, it's like I feel like it's almost guaranteed, and like I'm okay with saying that, because even if it's like Schrodinger's guarantee, it's like if it never happened, it's like just quit and then the game doesn't exist for you anyway. And if it does happen, then you get to play it and you get to be happy. So like it doesn't really matter, you know. Like they'll probably do it. They'll probably do it. Yeah. Okay. I kind of like gotta get going. I have like something coming up that I gotta do, take care of. But I feel like that was a good stream. That was a good stream. We talked a lot, like chatted a lot. Kind of some really good conversations about the game and stuff, and about other things that were like really fun to talk about. I want to make more like in-depth videos where I talk about like Lord of Mysteries or Lord of the Rings or whatever when it comes to story, or something like that is more interesting to me than you know, this is bad, this is good, like you know. But anyway, all right, thanks guys, thanks for watching, thanks for chatting, lurking, hanging out, tuning in. Appreciate everybody coming and watching the stream. I'll see you guys again in the next one, and good drama. It was not okay. Oh, here's what I'll say also. It wasn't drama. Like, this is not meant to be drama or like calling anyone out or like attacking anyone. This is like my little small stream where like I'm just chopping it up with the homies and just kind of talking, you know. And I don't really think I attacked anybody. Maybe I did. I don't know. Maybe I got emotional, like a little like game. Maybe I gamer raged a little bit. I don't know. But it is what it is. We are who we are. C'est la vie, you know. But anyway, all right. See you guys next time. Bye bye. See ya. Stay safe out there. Bye bye. See ya.